Alright. Start of the recording is now.
Hello.
Yes, hello. I'm gonna have to edit a lot of this.
Uh huh. Because you have two people fighting over who's smacking their lips.
Two people trying to put fingers inside of each other's butts. I know.
Uh huh.
It's fucking D&D 101. Sir, who wants to give me a full recap of what happened last time, if you recall?
Um, can I finish eating first?
You're not the one to do it then. Somebody else do it. Nurse, type everything out.
Okay, so our recap of session 1.
I argued with a greedy hunter and a cunt.
I almost choked on my
Good
peanut
way to
butter.
start it. Good way to start it. Well, reluctantly, Abigail had met up with a group to take on a quest to find some bandits and the town's mayor, I believe. Upon further investigation of this, we found some people that have killed a noble. We straight up started a fight with them. Killed some of them. Guards were called. Everybody was handcuffed but me. Told to get the fuck out of town. I got a pay cut for their stupidity. And now we're making our way to the bandit base with the help of a hunter who also worships the same sort of deity I do. For the greed.
Anywho, you have actually joined up with the hunter named Drent. He's led you guys all the way to the entrance of a smuggler's den. It's fairly well hidden inside of this abandoned, old, ramshackle-looking house out in the middle of the wilderness. You can kind of tell that some of the local logs and everything have been carved down, but the house itself is run down and rotted. There's not much there. It's still, like, standing, and it doesn't look like it's unsecure. It just looks old and nasty. You guys actually took a moment and camped nearby with Drent watching over you for a while. Unfortunately, nobody else actually took over when Drent actually went to sleep, and as he passed out, you were all just hidden in the local woods. Need to make sure that everybody resets all of your hit dice back to maximum as you recover them from the long rest. Make sure your spell slots are all reset, and any used points or bardic inspirations need to be reset back to 1.
Yep. That was the long rest, so product inspirations back to 1-1. And we did not level up.
No, we did not.
No. Oh, fuck.
That being said, you all awaken. It's pretty early. You see that Trent is actually, like, fallen asleep on Red Fang, who cuddled up with him in the middle of the night, and he just couldn't keep himself awake anymore. Molly, the donkey, is actually asleep, just laying on their side. As you all greet the early, crisp dawn, you notice that 2 of your party members are missing.
Oh, shit.
Ray seems to be gone. You don't know where they are. And as you look over, you also see that Abyssilis is missing. How would you like to start your day?
Well, first off, can I look for any sort of tracks?
Go ahead and make a survival check.
Oh, where's door?
There seems to be some grass underneath you, some dirt nearby. You try and look around. You see some dog droppings and essentially what is just donkey poop. You don't really find any tracks that you can really tell what the hell they came from. They're around, I guess.
Should we explore around the area?
You're more than welcome to. I'm still waking up.
Write all this down. You said there were no tracks.
They didn't find any tracks. Abigail, that you don't know. You just saw Abigail stand up and kind of like look around a little bit, saw something, kind of winced at it a little bit, and then just kind of started getting awake and moving around.
Okay.
Well,
I think I think I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna wander around the outside, not getting too close. I'm just talking to myself. Bear with me.
I'm with you.
No, I'm talking.
You're talking to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to myself. I don't want to have to keep muting myself back and forth while I talk to myself. So
So you want to get up and kind of look around a little bit?
yeah.
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Is the well water clear?
I think it was checked the last session, and it's empty. The well is actually sealed off. There's just like it's been used as like a pooping site, like a dumping site, and it just looks dried and kind of rancid. As for Sydney,
Yep.
you look around for a little bit. Pretty sharp senses today. It's early morning, it's pretty crisp, and it kind of jolted you awake, and you feel active. You kind of look around, and you see what appears to be drag marks leading towards the actual building itself.
Okay. To the main hideout building. Yeah, the only building here.
Yep.
Okay.
It's around this time that you actually see Drent kind of like shake himself awake. He gets up as Red Fang kind of like shifts in a weird way and accidentally like kicks him in the face as the wolf dog is trying to get up.
Uh-huh.
And you actually see Drent actually kind of stand up and he stretches and you start to see him put on like armor and stuff and grabbing his gear.
So you didn't see anything last night?
Not at night, no. Aren't you missing some people?
That's why I was asking you. I thought you were on watch.
Yeah, you can stay awake for more than 18 hours in a day. With Red Fang around, it's hard to even stay awake for more than 12 hours. Dog always tries to go to sleep on me. You actually see his Red Fang kind of like droops down a little bit, like sad puppy face. Well, if that's the case, then I suppose they know where we are, so get dressed and get ready. They might know we're coming.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Oh. Finally here. Performing for you.
You are quiet as shit.
Birds. Yeah. This is true.
Alright.
What happened, mate?
Just some stuff going on with family.
Instead of saying anything personal, just say that you're taking a poop. And we can continue. Just be like, hey, sorry, I had to take a mega deuce. Took me a second to get back. That being said,
I have the potato back as my thing, so I'm ready to go.
the Basilisk.
Absolute is back in the game as a fucking potato.
Oh my god, I gotta turn it.
Just wait till somebody polymorphs you into a true potato.
Oh, Jesus. That would be the ultimate stealth technique, though. Sneak someone in as a freaking potato.
Just a Mr. Potato Head.
What is this? That one scene from Toy Story 3?
Mr. Tortilla Head.
Mr. Tortilla Head. This is beautiful.
Anywho,
If this doesn't happen now, I will be disappointed.
Well, let's get the ball rolling.
yeah.
I just need to know where my icon is.
Well, the early morning breaks, and Abysseus. Is it Abysseus or Abyssilis?
Absolus.
Absolus. I need to write this shit down. Absolus. There. Absolus. Before everybody woke up in the morning, you got up, felt something weird in the air. You started walking off a little bit. You kept feeling like this draw, this pull towards a specific location nearby. And you started to feel as you got closer to it, the icon on your chest beginning to warm. And despite the very cool air of this evening and the natural cold that comes from being in Ravenholm, this warmth was very unnatural but pulling you in a specific direction.
I like where this is going.
You walk out to this specific area, and for a brief moment, in the darkness of all these trees and everything, it's dim, you can barely see in front of you, and as you look just a little bit past the shadows, you actually see this beautifully designed porcelain mask that looks like the very moon itself is shining at you. It completely blacked out silhouette of a figure. And this porcelain skinned hand extends itself towards you, almost beckoning you closer. But the moment that you take your first step towards it, the figure just vanishes, out of sight. And then that warmth fades and the pool disappears. You begin heading back to your party, and as you start to get close, you see that Sydney and Abigail and Aurora are starting to move around a little bit. You actually hear some talking quietly from the hunter, Drent, and Abigail as you approach.
Having the reassurance of my goddess in my chest, I move forward with confidence in our mission, asking the hunter Drent, and quietly, what is our situation at the moment?
Oh, where did you go?
Oh, now here I am. I'm at the bottom. I have now finally reappeared. The smiling potato has once again graced everyone with his presence.
Do you know where your other friend went? The armor-clad warrior.
The fellow follower of my goddess? Or...
I don't know anything about you. The other one. There's 4 of you here. There's supposed to be 5.
I am not sure where they went.
They didn't go with you?
No, they headed off in their own direction, I am afraid.
Oh well. Our current situation, I have no idea. I fell asleep. I haven't seen anybody come or go inside of the building so far, so who knows? could be walking into a very intricate trap, or they could be completely unexpected.
Let us hope it is the form. Let us hope it is actually the latter. I almost messed up.
Let's hope it's the former, yes. You
Wait.
walk in and immediately just get gunned down. Just 1,000 crossbows fire at you at once.
I'll strike you down before you can expect this. Oh, is that so?
Well, no time like the present, if you're all ready. Red Fang, make sure you protect Molly and don't fall asleep this time.
Why am I laughing at that?
It's at that point that you see Hunter Drent actually, like, takes the canopy and kind of puts it over Molly and Red Fang so that they're just covered inside of this, like, woven tapestry of leaves and tree branches and grass, essentially. Kind of like a camo cover. And just simply covers all of it up. Leaving some of his camping supplies on Molly. He just takes his short swords, his longbow, his quiver. He's already finished donning his armor and everything.
The bare essentials.
I close my book and say reckless in ice tongue in a whisper.
You see that Drent actually perks a brow at what you said. And he turns back and he takes like a backpack with him. He pulls it off of Molly, strapping it to his back. Not sure what's in it, but... What are the rest of you doing?
I turn to the party and inform you that I would like to sing, but I don't want to give our position away.
Quietly hum your little ditty. Just
Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. I promised Josh I would do something.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
No.
Oh yes.
I promised Josh I set aside everything real quick. I promised Josh that I would fully embrace this, and because I don't have to record on my end, I can do certain things.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. So
This,
we're gonna open
I don't like this. I already don't like where this is
I'm
going.
gonna open up Spotify real quick.
Oh no. Open up my digital loot, aka Spotify.
What have I done? I have brought a monster to this world.
Listen,
What
since
have
you
I
started-
done? Mistakes were made.
Okay, sorry. Continue, everybody.
Just freaking trading cards already got a good one. I'm happy with this.
Well, who's going in first? Because this is going to be an experience.
Probably somebody with a shield should go in first, because me going in first is probably a terrible idea.
There's only
I'm
one
sure as
person
hell
here with
not
a
going
shield.
first.
There's only one person here with a shield, and that's me.
You're a paladin. You'll be alright.
I love how you all fail to see the buckler that she carries, but sure, we'll
You have a
let
shield
you-
too.
Yes, I know.
Well, one of us two teams went there.
Well, by all means, you're more than welcome to go first.
Absolus decides to consult with Drent on what am I saying? Approaching the soul entrance and bearing cautious confidence in his goddess, he raises his shield with the crest of his religion up near him and decides to head in, though tries to stay close to the wall.
Let's see what I have. Yeah, before Absolith goes in, there's gonna be a quick tap on his shoulder Was it him or her?
Him.
Him. I'm going to cast Vigilant Blessing on you, which gives you advantage on your next initiative check. So you get advantage on your next initiative roll. And I'm also going to cast Shield of Faith on you. And that gives you +2 bonus AC for the next 10 minutes.
Beautiful.
Good luck. She
You
says
actually
with
see-
with a toothy smile.
As Abigail taps you on the shoulder, the first time you feel your senses kind of awaken a little bit more. You feel the like essence of everything around you. You become much more aware of your surroundings. The second tap, you actually notice, despite the actual Noxina's look being very like dark purples, dark blacks, dark blues, very nighttime colors, this like golden wisps of energy begin to swirl around you and then coalesce into like this set of gilded, beautiful golden armor that overlays just on top of your body. And then it kind of fades away.
Absolus turns to Abigail and gives her a smile back and just says, "May Noxina act as your shield," before he heads towards the door, motioning for the others to follow.
She just kind of her eyes just kind of look in another direction. And she just nods, like not saying a word. She just
I will watch the back as much as I can.
While playing your little ditties.
She's in the banks, you. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I'm genuinely curious where Ray has gone.
Well, I turned towards the group. I did notice earlier that it looks like tracks. Someone was dragged into the building.
Oh?
But that's all I could figure out at the time when I woke. So that's all the information I have, but it does look like somebody was dragged into the building.
This is
Go into your paladin, whole valley of plenty, whole valley of plenty, ho ho ho.
I'm gonna give you plenty of no heals if you keep that up.
So Absolus decides to approach the door and will, I cannot see under this roof. This is a problem.
I mean, it's a roof for a reason.
Yeah. He decides to go right next to the door, but does not move to go inside yet.
So go into your paladin, whole valley of
Oh, for the love of...
plenty.
Abigail's gonna go up to the door. I'm gonna check to see if the door is trapped or some sort of... Trapped or locked, basically.
Right. This is why I did not move inside yet.
What would I need to roll for trap or lock check?
Do you have thieves' tools?
I do not.
I believe that would
Roll
be...
a-
I believe that'd be perception to actually see.
It's actually an investigation. Roll me an investigation check.
I'll take it.
The door is locked, but it seems to be like a bar, a like wooden bolt that's just been shut from the other side. Aside from that, as you take a closer look, looking to see if there's any traps or anything, it doesn't appear to be trapped. You even get a good look at the window that's nearby, and it doesn't look to be trapped either, but it is
How
shut.
far away is the window? High up or...
It's about 5 feet above your head. And just like about 5 feet over from the front door. You also notice that there's another window on the other side, but it looks like it's been boarded up from the outside and bolted in.
Abigail turns and looks at the paladin. Stand still. And she's going to climb up onto his shoulders.
I will make a strength check to hold her up.
Go ahead and roll a strength check and Abigail, roll me a...
Acrobatics.
Well, technically athletics, because you're climbing.
Son of a bitch.
Oh no.
That's actually really good. I have a minus
Yeah.
1 to strength.
Yeah, you guys, you do fine. You actually
All
climb
right.
up on Abyssus's shoulder, or Abyssalus's shoulders, and Abyssalus stands there like rigid, just holding their position completely as you just scramble up them, and you kind of climb up the wall a little bit.
All right. So I'm going to try. If the window is not locked, I'm going to try to open the window and get inside.
You kind of grab the base of the window, and it's kind of weird to like get your, you have to like use your nails to kind of like get in between the two window panels, and as you do, you pop one side open and the left just swings, and then you reach in and you grab the right and it swings open too, and you climb right on over. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Whee! Oh, wonderful. It's gonna be dexterity, you say?
Oh, really
You
good.
flip in, and immediately your senses and your dark vision activate, and you see that, yeah, this window is actually just like above the first floor. There is no second floor there for you to fall onto. But
Just-
instead of you tumbling over and just falling and landing on your back, you manage to actually like scramble and kind of slide down the wall a little bit, and you land relatively quietly on the other side of the front door.
In this room, do I see anybody or anything in particular aside from the door at my back?
Roll a perception check.
All these rolls. Let's go. Watch this be like a 5. All right, we're going perception. Show me a 5. Oh, nope, that's a 12. Okay, I'll take a 12.
Room appears empty. It's
Okay,
ragged
well,
and run down, but there doesn't seem to be
I'm
anybody
going-
else there.
I'm going to remove the bolt from the door and just push the door open.
You move this like piece of lumber that's holding the door shut, and as you move it, like the very wind just kind of like creaks the door open towards you. You just kind of swing it open and stare. There you see Abyssalus just staring right back at you.
Come on.
Nice entrance. And Abyssalus quietly whispers, and he moves inside with his shield up in a protective stance.
As you all walk inside of this house, which I didn't actually get the inside of the house done because I didn't care about it. It's completely just the entire back end is collapsed down, and both of the side wings have just collapsed completely. There's just rubble all through the inside. And you actually see as Drent walks in, he takes a look around for a second, and then he moves over to the side, and he kind of puts his hand like feeling along the stone floor. And then you see his hand kind of like disappear inside of the stone for a second, and he grabs something and lifts it up. And you see as this fake stone flooring actually lifts up to be a door with a wooden under panel. And he lifts it up, and it's just a small tunnel leading down. I'm pretty sure this is where they're going in. Allow me to take the lead. He steps down and starts walking down through the tunnel.
This should be a fun adventure. Absolute jokes around before he follows behind the hunter. Damn it, where did that last one go? Scheiße. Oh.
Alabama, Dixieland.
Sydney,
Oh, sorry.
pay attention. What's your marching order going in here? Because Drunkel's first and Abyssalus is second. Who's coming in after them?
I believe we should have a
I'll
shielder.
go.
Oh, we have Aurora in the middle, and I believe that another shielder should be in the back.
There's.
I can work with being in the back.
Alright, so Sid, seems you're number 4.
Yep. I stay in the back.
Sydney tries to stay in the back, and Abigail just like snorts at them, and you see Sydney kind of like scramble forward a little bit. They'll bring you in to the start of your dungeon map. Venkamo. Hello. Come on in.
Come on in.
You all march down in here. It's a pretty small tunnel. Most of these pathways are only meant for one person to pass through at a time. And as Drent comes in, he kind of like looks around. You notice that there's these small like sconces, as the ceiling is about 10 feet high down here. And above you, you see these like little sconces that are lit every like 15 to 20 feet, giving a dim light for the entire area. He kind of walks in.
I am happy with this.
And he takes a step forward, and you see him kind of like peek to both ends, and he beckons the rest of you in.
Absolute moves forward, his shield still raised.
You hear Drent speaking, kind of in a hushed tone. Alright, from what I can tell, there's 3 doors. Which direction do y'all want to start in? Or should we try and split up to cover more ground?
That would definitely not be a good idea.
It works sometimes.
But we don't know their numbers. That would definitely prove disadvantageous.
Well, I know there's less than 30.
I would still rather not take on 10 all by myself. I'm sure my goddess would protect me, but I don't trust in my own will as her vessel.
Splitting up will be the death of us if there's that many.
Agreed. The best thing for us to do is stay together no matter what.
Well, let's pick a direction. That being said, there's red, blue, and orange. You can pick which first path you want to go through.
Absolus likes blue.
Well, we shouldn't go based off what you like. We should all make a group decision.
No, he's just voicing his opinion.
We don't need your opinion.
We should go forward.
Well,
This
I mean,
has our
Ab-
greatest line of eyesight.
Sydney turns to Abigail. Abigail, what do you feel the direction we should go?
Long dramatic sigh.
Heads or tails?
Tails.
We're going right.
so that's orange.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Well, Hunter Gent actually takes a step towards this area and he beckons for the Abyssalisk to go forward, as there's a door just ahead of them. Did I put the door in?
Fine by me, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I can get rid of this. Oof. These gray squares that are hollow are actually doors, but couldn't find an actual like flat door piece to put in here, so yeah, you get squares.
All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
You're fucking square. That's turning into a circle.
Yeah, you'd probably not be wrong there. All right, well.
Alright, I'm finally
Sydney
gonna-
notions for Abigail to scoot the hell up.
Oh, don't worry, I was moving. Don't think you gotta tell me how to do this job.
Can I just start singing now? Cause bitch.
Man, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, everyone's gonna just know we're here if I start singing. I don't think the essence of stealth is in my ability.
I mean, technically, as a bard, you are naturally stealthy.
Well, not when I'm screaming.
You're not
Beers
Bloody
screaming.
murder.
You can sing a whispered song.
Yeah, I know. I read my thing.
That's Witcher. I move forward and carefully open the door.
So here, ain't nothing better than together drinking weather around here.
Alright, so Abyssalisk.
What did I just see in that rolling chat? Sydney?
What did I do?
Sydney?
Oh, by the way, I can actually emote for all of you. I
Oh
just
my
want you to know
God.
that.
Let's do it. Let's go. Fuck it. We're going all in at this point.
Alright, so you approach the door. It's a relatively like 5 to 8 foot door your normal sized door. It has a like circle on the or like a half circle for the top, and it goes into a straight rectangle for the bottom. You say you try and open this door quietly.
Yes, that would be a stealth check. I recite a mantra of Noxina before opening the door. If I can find myself back to 420, to roll 20. Here we go. Wait,
Yeah.
why do I have disadvantage on that?
You need to turn your disadvantage off.
I have my roll set to normal. What? Oh, it's because I'm wearing heavy armor. Never mind.
You try and push the door open, but your sword clacks against the wood, or your shield kind of clacks against the wood as you're trying to hold it up and push the door. You're kind of like, and then the door just swings open.
He mentally curses himself repeatedly with telepathy before moving forward.
You take a step in. And as you do,
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh
Oh
god.
god!
Oh god.
Oh god! Oh god! Everyone just
Bam.
Fuck!
out.
two archers and an arcanist are waiting for you, and they all take shots at you the moment you step in.
Oh, thank goodness I have that shield up.
Yeah, you have your shield plus the extra 2 AC if it hasn't been 10 minutes yet, but that's up to the DM.
No, it's only been about like 4 minutes.
Oh,
So
thank
for a
goodness.
surprise attack, this is going to go down. Give me 1 second to bring up the turn order. I need
Alright.
to
Alright, let's just move me right here.
clear.
This is a small corridor.
Alright, I need everybody to go ahead and roll me an initiative.
And
I-
Abyssalisk, you roll with advantage. On your initiative.
19. 19 with
Nice.
advantage. Beautiful.
Very good.
Now I remember. Do not let me make stealth checks.
I got a 4 on that initiative roll.
Hey, I can't. It says I can't use a roll.
You have to click on your token first. When you roll initiative, click on your token.
Ha ha!
Ha
Ha
Ha!
Huzzah!
Roll.
You need to go ahead and
Now we
roll.
roll.
That's a 7 for that guy.
16.03.
It's a initiative tiebreaker.
Yeah. Okay,
And-
that I always just love that. It's just like, oh, 19, 4, 12, 16.03.
Okay. Sir. Alright, so first off, the sneak attack from both of these guys, or all three of them, should say. It's going to be 2 shots from the archers that fire their crossbows at you. It's a 22 to hit for 6 damage, and a 7 to hit.
Oh, shiza. That, yeah, the 22 hit, the 7 did not. I take 6 damage.
And a 16 to hit as a bolt of fire just flies at your face.
The shield blocks it as the heat from the spell dissipates.
Alright, so going in turn order. Abyssalisk, you have first call. Aurora, you're second on the list.
It's in a Monday, day on the Sundays.
What's really weird is that you actually like rolled almost in order for your people. Oh shit. I forgot to roll one more person.
That would be the Arcanist, if I'm right.
No. Drent.
Ah, that would be nice.
Yeah. Oh my god, you guys actually rolled in order. It's Abyssus, Aurora, Sydney, Drent, and then Abigail.
Beautiful.
Nice, nice. Right then, so there's
Absolute.
Archer Blue, Archer Green, and an Arcanist.
Oh boy,
Alright.
it's like we're fighting the Power Rangers.
Haven't seen the Power Rangers yet, my friend. They're not until later.
Josh, shut up! I don't want to hear anything. Leave me alone. I'm leaving. I'm out of here.
Vessels!
Bye.
What are you doing? Combat has started.
Okay.
You just took a crossbow bolt right into like the side of your arm, and it stings aggressively. The second bolt ricocheted off your shield at the same time that a blast of fire bounced off the edge and faded into nothing.
Still feeling somewhat enlightened from the experiences from his goddess, he just smiles through the pain and just says, "Nice shot. Let me return the favor." As he is going to move over to this archer with his rapier drawn and lance forward. So that will be a rapier attack. That is a 20 for 6 damage.
That definitely hits for 6 damage. What the heck? Oh, it's because they're all connected. I need to disconnect this guy.
Tower at night. The ball like I hand in my hand. Baby, I could die. Happy.
Sydney,
Yep, sorry.
hold your singing until it's actual singing time. Thank you. Anywho. Abyssalisk, you smack this archer, stabbing them with your rapier. And try not to mind the actual like little shift clicks that I'm doing. It's so that I can move the recording camera.
Right.
He kind of like winces as your blade kind of just catches right through the actual leather and pierces him into the side of his gut.
Abyssalisk Isles, having gotten a tiny bit of vengeance on the person that struck him, still quietly repeating his mantras to his goddess as he tries to be the champion that she desires. Or rather, has just said, "Yep, you can be this person."
I want to consider that your bonus action as you're hyping yourself up.
Yes. I'm hyping myself up with night goddess magic.
So does that bring your turn to an end?
That will bring my turn to an end as I raise my shield for another defense point. I don't know what the words.
Rora, it's your turn.
So,
I'm just having fun doing this while at the same time opening Pokemon cards.
gonna walk over here and question.
Question?
Already got 2 of these, okay. That's nice.
Can I use chromatic orb at level 2?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it, Kharn!
That's where she keeps her diamond.
How do I do that?
Well, according to the DM,
Alright, so when you actually cast your spell, it should have a signifier saying like what level you want to cast it at. So you would click on it and it'll bring up like a little box and you can select level 2. And it'll put the damage for level 2 on there, while also showing the chromatic orb box. Yeah. First level as level 2. Nice. So
At the Arcanist.
what kind of damage did you choose? Do I even have to
Cold.
ask?
we have acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder.
That's a 15 to hit? Yeah. You summon forth this orb, holding your diamond in your hand for a moment and charging it. And as you do this, like, this cold air begins to form into this orb, and as you fire it off towards this Arcanist, he just gets blasted by it and immediately just turns to frozen ice.
How did I not realize that he was gonna choose cold damage?
I know, right? It's just even my brain is like, yeah, you're stupid. You should have known.
I should have known which one. Fucking Elsa looking ass.
Hey,
I
now.
look at the other archer and say you are next.
Roll an intimidation check. He kind of looks at you up and down. He's like,
You have to be kidding me.
That's exactly what he says. You've got to be kidding me.
my brain immediately put both of those together too. Just he kind of looks you up and
okay.
down. He's like, yeah, right.
Okay, I'm just mentally imagining the scenario. Here's Absolus fighting one of the archers that just shot him. Suddenly, Aurora comes in, and according to the DM, flashes her tits, shoots out a chromatic orb that freezes the Arcanist, immediately killing them, and then turns to the other archer, expecting them to be intimidated. Beautiful.
Welcome to D&D, boys.
Welcome to D&D.
I mean, if you think about it, that would actually be pretty terrifying. If you see a mage that's like, you know what, I don't even need my fucking robes. Strip down and just be like, I'll fight you buck naked, Beowulf style.
It's
No,
a mage that's in it's a mage in disguise as a barbarian.
My tits should be intimidating.
They're
I mean,
always
smaller
perky.
creatures,
They can
maybe.
poke your eye out.
I'll give you one last sight. I'll give you one last good sight before I freeze you into a fucking icicle.
And you do actually notice that the Arcanist is like eyes wide with a like weird perverted smile, but they're completely frozen in that.
Oh my god.
All right, is there anything else you want to do, Rora?
His last thoughts are, what a way to die.
Nope.
Sidonini.
Yeah.
It's your turn.
I am going to stay in place, and I'm going to cast on the green.
Yeah,
Problem.
you don't have line of sight on them.
Yeah, you have to be in the room. You can't
Yep.
cast through
You
walls.
can cast through the
unfortunately.
door if you want to see them because you can still
There you go.
catch them there. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, so I go to the door. I'm going to cast Hold Person on them. God damn it, Discord. What the...
Why didn't I get that one? No!
You have to succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
What's your saving throw again? Should be on your sheet.
Give me a second.
Go over to your spell tab, and I think at the top it'll say your spell save DC.
I'm happy with my purchase so far. I'm happy with this.
Let me make this bigger. I can't see him.
Oh, no, that's not meant to be Aurora. That was meant to be SGM. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that you'll beat a 10.
Hey, what the fuck? sorry.
You said on my spell tab?
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
look. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I did not know this existed. Here I am just opening Pokemon cards, and then I just see a card called Aurora Energy. This really do be a real Aurora Energy moment.
Yeah, your spell save DC is 12.
Okay.
It's right there at the
Oh,
top.
I see. Character and spells. Okay. All right. Roger. 10-4.
Yep.
Foxtrot, Delta Charlie Kilo. Okay.
So yeah, that person is now paralyzed. Need to switch over to my clicky
And
button.
I helped everyone. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, paralyzed. And if I'm not mistaken, any successful attack on somebody that beats their armor class on someone that's paralyzed is an auto crit.
What?
Yeah. If you hit, if you hit, it's just an auto crit if they're paralyzed.
Beautiful. I need to get more characters with paralysis spells.
And again, you're welcome.
Yeah, they're considered incapacitated. They cannot move or speak. They automatically fail strength and dexterity saving throws. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. Any attack that hits the creature is a critical hit if the attacker is within 5 feet.
I did my research over the week.
I see.
So, suck a fat dick, enemy.
Beautiful.
So is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
That's a negative Delta Foxtrot Charlie Kilo. I'm good.
That brings us to Drent. You actually see as Drent like puts his ear to the door for a second, and then immediately like braces himself against it, as if holding the door shut.
I don't like where this is going.
And that will be his turn.
I don't like where this is going.
Abby, don't fuck us up now, because apparently it looks like something's coming through the door.
The Arcanist is dead, so obviously they don't have a turn.
Suddenly, the basilisk bursts through.
There's only one archer. You see as he like just the moment you start walking to him, he drops his crossbow and pulls out this short sword. And he tries to make an attack against Absolus.
Let us see if this hits.
22 to hit
Shiza!
for 6 damage.
Well, that is even more damage I've taken. Shiza. I feel as the blade of his short sword bites into my flesh, though I still smile through the pain.
So, for my turn, I am going to take out my crossbow, ready my action, and wait if anything comes out of either one of those doors, or if anything makes their way into this hallway or my line of sight. I'm going to fire on the first thing that pops up with the crossbow,
Opportunity attack.
with my light crossbow.
Okay. So you're gonna hold
So-
that action?
Yeah, I'm going to hold that action and stay where I am. No
Okay.
need for me to move from the safety of this corridor here.
Relative.
I mean, all the heavy lifting's being done. I don't need to swing my warhammer for shit.
That brings us back to Abyssalisk.
I just realized I make so many characters with hard to pronounce names.
Yeah, you can't like one like Og or something.
You know, like
Even
John the Paladin.
John. Oh, I'm a fantastical person who is bonded with a being from another realm. Oh, what's your name?
Peter the Feet Licker.
Family Guy. Funny moments. I am going to, while I am currently in front of this guy. Yeah, I'm just gonna stab him again. How dare you shoot? How dare you stab me? I'm gonna stab you fucking back. Ah.
Hey, you try and swing at him, and this archer just like dodges out of the way, and your sword just misses over their head. This slippery little archer.
I make, realizing the position I am in, I decide to
Oh, shit.
move over here.
I forgot to make a wisdom saving throw since their turn ended. Yep, he's still frozen in place. He is absolutely paralyzed. You actually see as the archer just kind of like falls over to the side.
Ah, nice.
And as you actually step out of the other archer's combat zone, he will be taking a swing at you. Where's the prone button? Whatever. Good enough. So that's one more short sword strike.
That will
15.
miss.
Hey, you managed to actually just like get your shield up and spin, and you block the blade as you move out of the combat area. Is there anything else you want to do for your turn?
I will actually leave that where it is and just ready myself for further action. Actually, does it? Oh, it's an action. Never mind. Okay, so
Come to the hallway. We have cookies.
come to the hallway.
Alright. So that brings us to Aurora.
Okay, I would like to walk to the blue archer and point blank ray of frost his face.
Point blank ray of frost. You do know that at melee range, it's going to be a disadvantage, right?
Oh no.
So go ahead and roll one more time to see for a disadvantage. Yeah. You walk all the way up to him and you put your hand out and this
I
glowing
regret
blue
my decision.
sigil appears and you fire off this ray of frost. And as like in the excitement of the moment, you're like, yeah. And then you look down and the archer is literally like about 7 inches to the other side, like standing sideways, just staring you down. Just like gives you a shrug. You just see as this blue beam just shoots down and hits the wall in the back and kind of like frosts over it.
You know what, at least you can move.
Yeah, and at least you can get a good look at your tits now.
Oh!
Alright, so is there anything else you want to do on your turn? Also, Nurse, can you do me a favor and click on the settings tab on the...
Well, I will stay right in front of him, cause fuck it.
go ahead and go to your
Where?
settings tab, like where you see, where you click on your character sheet and stuff, that little bar at the very end, you'll see my settings. And can you change your display name to Aurora, please? Thank you. Also, that brings us to Sidney. You are holding a concentration spell of paralysis on an archer, so casting spells or anything that requires your concentration cannot be done.
Mm-hmm.
Done.
Thanks a bunch.
I'm gonna keep my concentration on him, but yeah, nope. I'm just gonna keep my concentration on the one person.
Now, you can make things like ranged attacks or melee attacks. You just can't.
If it's- The
You
only
can't
things
cast
that will-
spells or sing things that would actually break your concentration as you're maintaining the focus on the spell mentally.
Right.
Yeah,
Also,
so-
make
oh,
sure
go
you're
ahead.
not hit, because if you're hit, you have to roll to see if you keep concentration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so because I was gonna use vicious mockery, but that I can't use that.
Yeah, Vicious Mockery's requirement is you must be hit by something.
Ah.
What?
You hit weaker than a cactus.
So-
Um, So, quick question, just out of curiosity. So my concentration is on him.
You're
Is it
mentally
po-
focusing on the spell, but you can attack a different target.
Yeah, but my spells, like, again, vicious mockery requires me to focus somebody else for a minute. You know what I mean?
Well, as long as it's not like a concentration or anything that's more than just a instant action,
Yeah,
I'll
because
allow
it says duration says instantaneous.
Yeah, so while focusing on the spell, you can. I'll say
Okay. What the fuck me?
it. There's always one slippery fucker,
Yeah. God damn it! You.
but he does take his
motherfucker.
1 damage.
He does take
Pecker.
that 1 damage.
Hey, I'm helping. So.
As you spray this litany of curses, fucking shit cock ass, the archer is just like psychically feels bad for you and takes the damage.
And
yes.
that'll be the end of my turn.
Ah, yes, pity damage. What other form of damage is there?
You actually see as Hunter Drent is holding this door shut with all of his strength. You hear this loud, like, almost like a hammer hitting the side of the door, so it kind of like rattles behind him and shakes him for a moment.
Back up, open it.
Back up, back the fuck up.
That's what she's. That's what Abigail says to him. Back up, open it.
That's what she said.
He kind of like cocks his head to the side for a second and immediately turns off to the side. And the moment he does, this door just swings open as this massive axe carves into it.
And is there somebody standing behind said axe, or is this just a floating axe hitting door?
There is a man standing on the other side of it, yes.
Can I make an attack roll since I've held my action waiting for someone?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Good luck, Abby.
Let's see, light crossbow. Did it roll? Where is it? Oh, good lord. Yikes. Why did that... Was that roll initiative? No.
Oh, that was for the Berserker.
Oof, wow. Yikes.
He
10's
actually
not going to do it.
rolled an 11. And yeah, you fired the bolt, and it actually like catches him in the shoulder, but you can kind of see like it hit at a weird angle, so it just like minor flesh wound. He just kind of like rips it out, and there's just like this tiny trickle of blood, and he just kind of like tosses it to the side as he readies his axe again. Because he did roll an 11 on an 11's turn, the Berserker does get to go.
Just about to scratch.
Oh, scheiße.
But also because Drent has better dexterity, he does go first when the 11 comes back around. You see as the Berserker marches forward and then takes a second step straight up to Abigail. And immediately Drent, who actually held an action to make an attack, slices at him. I'm just going to use the DM. I'm not going to keep switching between all these freaking names. Nope. He swings at him and like just in the darkness and like the dim light, he doesn't quite catch it. He ends up just smacking with both of his blades. They just clap against the edge of the hammer as the guy just blocks him. The Berserker is going to make an axe swing against Abigail.
And I'm going to stop you there, and I'm going to use cutting words before they hit Abigail.
Cutting words. Interesting.
You get to roll a 1d4 and reduce it from his attack roll.
So go ahead and roll. Type in /R space 1d4.
Slash roll 1d4.
Yep. That's a 22 minus 3. 19 to hit.
Still hits.
Fuck. Sorry.
It's good. I have a high AC for a reason.
Tried to
This
help.
massive two-handed axe just comes down, and you try and put your shield up, and it hits your shield down, and the edge of the axe blade still cuts into the side of your shoulder.
8 points of slashing damage.
Yes.
Alright. Alright. Not bad.
So yeah, he's dead, so I can get him off that thing. It's the archer's turn. The archer next to Aurora, who's been steady staring at your
Boobs.
heaving bosom, is actually going to try and make a...
Please tell me it's a grab attack.
The grapple. Go for the grapple.
He's going to try and strike at you with a short sword.
Disadvantage from Vicious Mockery.
Yeah, he did fail, so that's at disadvantage. It's a 10 to hit.
Doesn't hit.
You dodge out of the way, kind of like using your staff to like whack this blade just off, and he kind of like misses as he lunges and then resets into position. And the other is going to try and save from the paralysis of hold person. Nope. Still just
Poor
frozen
man.
in place. You can actually see as he's like lying on the ground, completely like stiff, all of his muscles tensed up as this, like these blackish purple chains have wrapped around his body and are holding him like taut. You just see his eyes look over at Abyssalius. His facial expression doesn't change because he's paralyzed, but you just see his eyes staring at you. Which brings us to Abigail.
Oh boy. Well,
There is a heaving, just giant of a man with a heavy beer keg for a stomach, a weird mohawk, and a weird pointy beard staring at you with a massive axe.
let's see. Well, what is this gonna do? This is gonna. I am going to switch my offhand and bring my hand up to this gentleman and cast Inflict Wounds on him. I need to make a melee spell attack.
Fuck you, Josh.
Oh.
21 to hit. That absolutely hits for 17 points of damage.
Necrotic.
Necrotic too. Scheiße.
Yep.
I need a fucking calculator.
And here I am doing 1 damage.
1 damage.
Every point counts.
At least you're also giving him disadvantage on attack rolls.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
disadvantage probably... Actually, let me double check that. See, 7 plus 5... Would a 12 have hit you, Aurora? Nope. She would have been fine. No.
Still, it's the thought that counts.
Yeah. You never know. It could have been different if it wasn't a disadvantage.
I'm a hard to hit bitch.
I mean, there are reasons why attacks are deflected off your hefty bosom.
Just bouncing blades out of the way.
They are cannons.
You hold your hand up. Excuse me. You hold your hand up, and you press it into the massive beer gut, and you see as these like golden veins spread out, crossing over their entire body, and they kind of glow for a moment, and then darken very quickly before dissipating. You see as this heaving man just kind of like winces for a moment, kind of like takes a breath, and then resets, standing back up.
Good to know, because that was only my action.
What? Nani?
Nani?
As, let's see, what is it? Where's the other one? All actions. Oh, we got a lot of these here. I am going to. I don't know if I can't do much else there. Damn, wish I could cast another spell, but I don't want to waste that just yet. Yeah, I guess that's the end of my turn for now. As I'm going to, as a bonus action, can I see if I can cup a handful of like dirt or stone and just chuck it in his face?
I would consider that an action for interacting with an object.
Okay.
You can talk shit to him as a bonus action, I'll give you that.
Yeah, talk shit to him.
Vicious mock.
There's just going to be a silent, just frown. Just
No, just a
no words, just silent frown.
Just a disappointing shake of the head. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Just tell him
Pretty
his pecker's
much.
small.
Nah, we're good with that. All right. Well, somebody else is up.
Abyssalius.
All right.
Yeah, be a silliest.
All right. So Abyssalius moves over to the incapacitated archer, and quietly just says to him, May Noxilla have mercy on your soul, as he thrusts down at the archer with his rapier. That will be with advantage due to the paralysis, and... Oh, it gave 2 clicks. Alright, we'll go with the first one.
Well, it's still critical, so I mean, 8 times 2, 16 damage. Yeah. You stab into him and you just see the eyes close and his body just goes limp. The paralysis no longer having an effect on a dead person.
Yeah, good job, buddy.
I guarantee you this barbarian's still up with only 1 hit point.
He puts a hand on the body and whispers a mantra before getting up and moving 20 feet over to Aurora, his shield at the ready.
Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
That will... Because what I also want to do requires an action, that will be it!
That brings us to Aurora.
So I pull out this dagger from inside my robe and attack.
Just from inside the cleavage, pulls out a dagger.
I'm going to transcend humanity!
Yeah.
I've been binging on Hulu. Okay.
Well, 22 absolutely hits. You deal 4 damage by stabbing this rogue. Like, you have your staff in one hand, and he doesn't expect it because you, like, lift the staff up, and immediately this dagger comes from below, and you just kind of catch him right in the side of the thigh and drag up a little bit. And it looks like it hurts, and he's starting to bleed, and he's looking a little woozy.
So now it is the bard's turn. You no longer have to worry about concentration.
Abyssalus? Hey. Relax.
I hope
Aurora.
you
Oh,
know
that's it.
Is there
I've
any-
had multiple drinks of caffeine. There is no such word in my vocabulary at the moment.
Alright, Sydney, you're up.
Okay. While Aurora and Abyssalus are focusing on that guy, I'm going to turn around and focus my attention. Barry in the corner. I'm going to cast Hold Person on him.
Alrighty, that's another wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. He is... I just had it a second ago. What the fuck? Frozen in place. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, that's it. I'm good. I'm in my turn.
That brings us to Hunter Drent, who, at advantage, is going to try and strike with the short blades at the now paralyzed Berserker. It's a 19 to hit for 22 damage. Yeah, that'll do it. You actually see as the moment that, like, the Berserker turns to you, Sydney, like, hearing you mutter your incantation and you grasp your hands, these purple and black chains wrap around his body and he freezes in place. And the moment he does, you actually see Drent actually spin the swords and just skewer this guy, like Deadpool style, skewer him into the air. And then rip down and he just, like, crumples into a dead pile on the floor. And that removes him from the initiative order. Which brings us back to the one archer who's still alive right now. He's going to make another short sword strike. Actually, he's going to make a grapple strike against Aurora.
Yeah.
You can choose either acrobatics or athletics to try and escape, but it's going to be a skill fight versus.
Okay, question.
Nani?
Would a grapple count as a general attack? Or would it be...
No.
All natural 1.
Okay.
Versus a 20. You actually, Aurora, you expect him to come at you with a dagger, but instead he, like, drops the dagger and just, like, tackles you, grabbing you and, like, putting you into, like, almost a headlock. And presses, like, your body between Abyssalisk and himself, kind of guarding himself using you. You did not expect this at all. And somehow there's something poking you in the back and you don't think he has a second short sword. And you saw that he
Oh,
dropped
no.
his crossbow. It's a very uncomfortable situation for you.
This is very uncomfortable for everybody.
That brings us
What the
to...
fuck are you doing, you fool?
Alright, so now that it is
This brings us to
sorry,
Abigail.
So we got these two doors. So from where the berserker came out of, I'm going to just step on him. Just complete full force step on the body.
Scheiße.
Look down at him. And look at the door he pushed open. See what's in that room.
As far as you can tell, there's a wall in front of you and it splits into two open sides, one going left and one going right.
Is it just dark because I haven't entered the room, or is it like dark because the room's actually dark?
There's a wall right in front of you.
Oh, okay. So
And as you look over, you can see, like, on the left side it curves around, and on the right side it curves around, and they both go the same direction, but there's a wall in front of you. You still have, what, 20 feet of movement?
Yeah. If walking over the body didn't count as
No,
rough
it's not
terrain.
rough terrain.
Not anymore.
Well, I'm just gonna see what the guy has on him, just in terms of coin, loot, and anything of importance. If he's
Yeah.
got any leftovers,
Roll an investigation check.
will do because I am a greedy bastard.
We know that.
Well, you know it, but you have to see it in action first. So
No.
is it investigation.
We know because you told us this. While you were talking to Hunter.
Oh, you think me telling you how greedy I was clarified it? No, let me show you.
Exactly. It's not bad. Not great, but not bad. 12. Oh, can I also scavenge? Oh, no. Is the bolt laying around on the floor anywhere that I shot into him that he dropped?
You do see it on the ground where he dropped it, but the arrowhead is missing, and it's just the broken shaft with the tail feathers.
Gotcha. Just wanted to make
Not a
sure.
broken shaft.
As for what's on him, though.
Axe for one.
There you go. Is there anything else you're doing on your turn?
No, that's
This archer
probably about
clearly doesn't have a broken shaft. He is clearly poking me with it.
Abyssalisk.
Yeah, I'm just searching the body on my turn, so that's it.
Wait, what do you mean abyssless? I'm not the one poking you. So I'm just gonna turn to the archer and said, you know, I didn't originally take you for a coward. And he's going to
He has like this look of utter confusion as you just walked into a smuggler's den full of rogues and sneaky
Fair.
people that are hiding from the law. He's just
Fair.
like, what?
Because being crafty is one thing. But taking this person as a human shield, I don't feel I can forgive you for this. And 1 second, because I am very forgetful.
Person, I say with a dramatic voice, have some respect.
Alright. So, what I'm going to do is, while they're on the ground, I am going to move
They're not prone. They're still standing up. They actually have Aurora like your generic bad guy villain from like the 80s where they're like holding the woman with one arm over their like neck and like the sword in the
Right.
other. But they're standing
Right.
in aroused confusion.
Huh.
Wait, he has a sword.
It's not the one poking you.
Wait, wrong sword.
Cursing himself for having to get ready to make this decision, he tries to sidestep around Aurora and take a stab at the archer.
You will be making this attack at disadvantage if you want to avoid trying to hit Aurora.
If you hit me, I will smack you.
You can take it point blank, but if it's anything below their AC, it will hit Aurora instead.
Right.
And if you make it a disadvantage, it won't hit either of them if it misses.
So, trying to see if I can take the cautious approach at first, I will go at disadvantage with the rapier. Still a 17!
Yeah, you do manage to actually catch it right as like you see Aurora kind of like shift her hips a little bit and she swings her hips to the side and it just opens up his stomach and you plant the rapier inside of him. In the moment you do it, like it sinks in deeper and deeper and you actually start to see as his grip goes loose, he drops the sword and collapses on the ground.
Thank you for the assistance, sorceress.
That ends the current initiative order, as all current enemies have been slain.
Can I heal him in the face?
Yes.
Heal me in the...
Nice.
You just see as Aurora like takes her leg and slams her heel like straight into this guy's like eye socket, and his eyeball just dissipates, just disintegrating beneath the heel. And it's just a spurt of blood all over the place, and it's just nasty and gross. She kind of like stumbles for a second, trying to catch her
Okay,
balance.
not that aggressive, holy fuck.
Half of his head is caved in now. She underestimated her own strength for a moment.
Boobs are making her a little top heavy.
I lost my compass, sure.
Alright. With that, I'm gonna
Absolute
take like a
unders-
few seconds to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Alright. I'm assuming he did something to you that I did not see.
Do you feel pregnant?
Do you feel pregnant? I feel like Aurora's about to kill everyone in this room.
Not me. Listen, I did a lot to help.
Let's just say the archer had another sword in his pants.
What, and you weren't happy to see it?
No.
Well, seems you gave him a sword of your own. He laughs at his own very poor joke.
I have the huge urge to smack you with a book, but I decide to just read it instead.
Alright. So, Abigail, you and Drent are standing there. Drent is actually watching the northern door as you open this door and peek through. Sydney, you see as Abigail's like rummaged through the body and is now looking through one of the doors as Drent is covering the other door with his short swords.
Mm-hmm.
Abyssalisk, Aurora, you both finish the battle. You see as Aurora tries to like wipe her shoe off, there's still an eyeball stuck to the bottom of her heel. She has to like
Nice.
She just kind of like rubs it on the side of his body repeatedly until it finally comes off.
Nice.
And what would you like to do from this point forward?
I actually think that we should loot some bodies.
Yeah, Absolus is going to check the Arcanist body.
I'm going to check this guy's body.
Alright. Because this is downtime, I'll go ahead and consider like a just you looking them over. I'm gonna assume Aurora, you're gonna check over the guy that tried to poke
Rope
you in the butt.
Yes.
Alright. Aurora, you find like 2 silver pieces and 3 copper coins. He had leather armor on, but it's all torn and ripped to pieces. His short sword is actually like rusted over almost. It's not like a really great weapon to have or anything. His crossbow is like you can actually see like it's not like a full crossbow or a full light crossbow anymore. The actual like the butt of the crossbow has been broken off and it's kind of like molded over. He does have like 8 bolts still on him. As for the other archer, it's pretty much the same thing. A worn out crossbow, a rusted short sword. His leather armor now like torn up from when Abyssius actually just ripped him in half with a rapier strike. You actually find a 4 silver pieces and 1 copper.
Ooh.
And Abyssius, as you check the Arcanist, they have a robe on. It's completely frozen, along with their entire body and everything on them. They're just an ice statue at this point.
Ah! I almost forgot about that. Is it just like he's encased like a giant icicle, or did literally everything just get so frozen over it's just ice now?
You try and like open like the side of the robe to try and check to see if they have like anything on them, and the entire thing just turns to just powder, just shattering on the ground. There is no more Arcanist there. It's just like pieces of frozen person shattered across the floor. You can't quite tell if there was anything in there, and if there was, it's absolutely just in pieces.
I look at it and say whoops.
Seems you got angry at him too. He gets up and starts to head to the door.
Alright. So from this point, you can go north into the red rooms, or you can continue east towards the blue rooms.
Can I do something?
What would you like to do?
Grab my dagger and get a piece of the archer's clothing.
Sure.
Are we allowed to take a short rest?
For some evidence.
Roll in, I'll say an investigation check, Aurora. As for Sydney, that's something that you'd have to discuss with your party. If y'all guys want to take a break, or if you want to continue pressing forward.
I'd say I'm still good to go, but that's just me.
During the downtime, Abyssius will expend 5 points from his healing pool to give himself 5 hit points back.
Well, before you do that, that's why I want to ask.
Well, they're not taking a break, they're using lay on hands on themselves.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, because I can use Song of Rest if we all take a short rest.
Right. I would feel, honestly, the first it would be beneficial to get back these 5 hit points, and now it'll be more likely that I'm at full health if we take a 1 hour short rest.
Jesus Christ, these rolls are so shit.
A 6! I feel bad for you.
You cut your hand in the
I accidentally touch his flaccid PP.
He has rigor mortis, and he was stiff before he died, so it's still full mast. That's why he bled out so fast. Anywho, back to what
The
we're
game.
doing. Yeah.
So
Um,
Fuck.
gonna
Abyssalisk
party.
actually just heals themselves, and everyone else is still at full HP.
except Abigail, right?
Abyssius.
Yeah.
Abyssalisk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not at full HP.
Yeah. So I'm gonna turn to the party and ask, would you guys like to take a 1 hour break so I can restore some hit points that's needed in the event of something happening?
Wow.
I mean, really, it's all up to the person who's missing. I mean, if you feel comfortable, you want to press forward, by all means, do it. I'm just trying to make sure that we're all taken care of to a degree.
Abyssalisk just smiles at Sydney and says, "I should be fine for now. I did get some wounds, but I'll be protected."
Okay.
Famous last words, everybody.
I'll just freeze them, it's fine.
And Abigail, you did take 8 damage earlier, right?
Yep.
Did you mark that off on your character sheet?
Yep. It's marked.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Because it didn't show up on your icon, and usually if you change it on your character sheet, it updates on your icon.
You
Yep,
then
yep.
you have to click back on your on the map in order for it to register. For
Alright.
some reason.
So, what would you like to do?
I would like to
Question.
No more questions. I'm just kidding.
Just ask. Nani?
I'm going to head out of the room and check on what's going on with Drent, Abigail, and now dead barbarian I realize has existed as a pile of mush.
Can I look at the archer for any symbol or engravings?
I'm counting that as your investigation roll for when you were trying to find evidence. You were looking over them. All you found is that they all have like this red sash around their throat, and you just cut a piece of that red cloth off. But there wasn't any symbols per se on their person that you could find.
Fuck.
But
I mean the red sash is actually a pretty good symbol. Not gonna lie.
You also
I'm going-
notice that this barbarian, despite the fact that they're not wearing like a shirt or anything on their upper body, they do have this like red sash or like a scarf like wrapped around their neck, and it kind of dangles off to the side on their corpse. You notice that they all have the same thing, and it's always wrapped around their neck and kind of dangles to the side.
I now have an idea. Abyssalisk is going to loot the barbarian just for this scarf, untying it from his neck while closing his eyes.
Go ahead and add in your inventory that you have a red scarf.
Yes, and I will actually go ahead and do the same that the barbarian did, tying it around my neck and hanging it to the side. Think this will prove as a little bit of a good cover?
No.
They are rogues.
There. You're still keeping it on, though.
The red sash, it doesn't match with anything that you're wearing at all, but you keep it on anyway.
It looks cool.
So, red room or blue room?
Red.
Oh, Jesus.
That's 1 count for red,
I'd be fine with blue.
1 count for blue.
Go with blue.
2 counts for blue.
yeah,
3 counts for blue. Well,
Well, shit.
the blue mage who doesn't want to go into the blue room. Alright. Well, as you guys press in, I'll open up the map more.
Alright. Let's us head on in. After you, Abigail.
Abigail, whose maximum hit point value is 1 point less than your current hit point value, is going first. After they've already taken 8 damage.
Which, mind you, wasn't healed.
You're in
So-
front of me. I can't choose this.
Alright, so you said there's a wall right here where I'm at?
Yes, I'll show you. It's like an actual wall there.
I'm going to peek down this hallway. Not full body, just head lean down the hallway, see if I can see it.
It turns into another hallway.
Oh, wonderful. That is very informative.
And you can kind of see it goes down for about 20 feet, and then it curves off to the right.
Wonderful again. So since Abigail used up my initiative blessing, I'm going to cast it on myself this time. And that lasts till
10 minutes.
No, it lasts till I cast another one or it's used.
Oh, nice.
So I mean, one person gets advantage anytime we start combat. Whoop-de-doo. Let's see. I guess somebody else check the other hallway. I ain't got. There's nothing over this way.
Don't look at me.
I'm not doing it.
She rolls her eyes, flips.
You actually see as Drent kind of like slides past everybody and starts looking around this other corner.
Thank you.
He kind of like looks back and he puts his like hand up and beckons you over quickly. As he walks around.
Abyssalisk waits for Abigail to move through because Abyssalisk cannot squeeze through tight space. Thank you.
Stop being inside of me, Sydney.
You're the one that came inside of me.
Oh my god.
Oh!
What?
Kinky.
Abigail, Abyssalisk, you both look and you see this like a cell door. It's made of wood mostly, but you actually see there's like a peephole window that's barred over. And inside you actually see what appears to be a normal person. They're still armored and armed, but they look hungry and tired, like they've been in here for a while.
I'm gonna make, what would it be, a history check to see if I recognize this person?
Eh, could be anybody.
Being cautious and using, not having the goddess as my shield, I see if there's any way to open the door.
The roll a perception check.
Ding, guns,
There we go. 18.
And you really only needed a 4 or higher, but yeah, an 18 works.
Wait,
There is a door handle with a latch that's been bolted shut from the outside.
Ah.
This person is obviously locked into this room.
Alright, I decide to remove the bolt and open the door slowly.
You open it, and as the ambient light from inside actually starts to fill into the room, you get a really good look, and you see this elven male. He has a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, and this, like, chainmail armor that they look weak and frail. And he kind of, like, steps forward, kind of coming into the light, and... Please, I need food and water. It's been days.
Oh shit, this person is definitely worse for wear. Without question, Absolus takes one of his rations and gives it to the injured person, asking them, um, "Who are you?"
My name is Idral. I came with my friends. We tried to assault this den, but they captured us. They didn't kill us, they just beat us until we couldn't fight back. They're holding us here. I don't know where they took my friends. I've been in here for almost 3 days.
We're trying to defeat them ourselves. We could
Immediately, as you start talking to him and you handed him the ration, he just begins stuffing it into his face. You've never seen like a high elf person, these normally very dignified, regal types, just eating like a feral beast.
Sydney's going to whisper to Abigail. Is this one of the parties that the guards were talking about that ventured into this area?
While the city's talking to Abigail, Absolus isn't too off-put by it due to his origins, and just simply says to the person, "If you wish, we can try to get you out of here. But we are currently trying to bring down these people ourselves. If
I'm
you
not
wish, you could go with
leaving my
us."
friends. There's somewhere in here. I will find them.
He smiles and says, "That's what I thought a warrior like you would say," and gives his hand to help the high elf up.
Kind of like gets to his feet, draws his sword. His arm's still kind of weak, and you kind of see him like shake a little bit, kind of like getting the cobwebs off. And now he's following you guys.
We now have another teammate. This is good.
You'll need them.
I bet.
The end is near.
Oh no.
You will all die. Anywho, Drent steps forward and he kind of like peeks around the corner again. And he kind of like whispers back to you. There's another door on the far side. Looks like it keeps going in.
Alright, I'm going to try to slip past Sydney and Abigail to Drent.
You can go past me. You don't have to try and slip. If you want to move forward, go ahead.
My armor is big. I am a unit.
Look, if you want to be stuck in the hallway like a fat ass, go eat your donuts elsewhere.
He says to Drent, "I'm pretty sure this is just a line of jail cells. We should try to find any help that we can get in here."
You see as Drent kind of like gives you like a little head nod. They're not taking my money though. Just know that. I don't care how much it is, I still get my half.
Nobody said I was splitting anything with them.
At
You
this
see
point,
as
I
he
believe
steps
they more-
around.
At this point, I believe they care more about getting their people out than any money.
Can I try to peep at the red room?
Mm-hmm. You roll a stealth check to see if you can open the door quietly. Or you can just barge right in. It's up to you.
Oh no! Aurora's going on her own! This is bad!
We're all gonna die!
Holy shit.
I'm gonna die!
None of you actually hear or even see Aurora. She just kind of like vanishes. Nobody's really paying attention. You don't even hear a door open. But you do see Aurora. As you peek in, there are 2 doors flanking the left and right in a single hallway that goes straight forward of you, but about 20 feet off, it cuts to the left.
Fucking hell.
I think I can.
Okay, I will peep at the hall.
Somebody's under arrest. You take a look around.
Me.
You look around and there's a like barred door right there in front of you as you look around, and on the other side you actually see what appears to be a rogue He has a knife, like, held up in the air, facing towards the other door.
Interesting.
He's facing that way.
Wow.
Go, Johnny, go, go,
I whisper, hey you.
go, Johnny, go, go.
He, like... Actually, let me go ahead and throw his, That's not it, that's not it. There it is. I forgot to give him perception.
Watch him be an enemy.
Let's see, it's just a roll. I forgot to change that. Back to DM. He turns and sees you. And as you have your like head kind of like poked off to the side, a knife comes flying at you.
Fun! To be honest,
And no,
what did
sorry.
you expect?
And the worst part is we can't even rush to her side because we have no idea.
Yeah, that's a 6 to hit. It just like bounces off the side of the wall. And you hear him scoff as like he misses between the actual things. Alright, so this is going to be a closed combat. As the rest of you are piling at the other side. Aurora, I need you to roll initiative.
Wait, this is an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Way to go, you dumb bitch.
Aurora.
The rogue opens the actual gated door and rushes over to your side. It immediately tries to make a dagger attack against you. That should change this. Bam. Anytime. Come on, roll 20. You can do it.
Curse my curiosity, I whisper.
Come on, roll 20. Go. Nice. That's a 22 to hit for 4 piercing damage.
It hits.
You take 4 damage as he, like, rushes up to you, and almost in a blinding flash, before you can even react, a dagger just comes and stabs you right into the side of your, like, almost, like, between the arm and not really into the vitals, but it, like, cuts across the side of your ribs. It doesn't dig in as much as it just, like, cuts across you. They're going to take a bonus action to disengage. And they're going to move, it's 10, around this corner over here. No. They'll move right there. They can't move that far. And that will end their turn. Rora. You know, curiosity killed the cat. But sexual satisfaction made it fat. Something like that. I don't remember. It's your turn.
Okay, so.
Somebody has the coronavirus.
Shield.
Corona.
Unfortunately not.
I will walk inside the room and use a level 2 chromatic orb while cursing in ice tongue.
I wonder what damage type.
You know, it's totally going to be lightning. I can call it now.
It's going to be thunder damage.
definitely going to be acid. What are you talking about?
Dude, so many things have acid resistance. I don't know what you're talking about. Nobody uses acid anymore, let alone poison.
I need you to roll one more time because it is in melee, and you are at disadvantage.
Oh boy.
Come on, be more, be more, be more, be more.
It is more.
A 24 to hit for 17 damage. I'm
I
assuming
wonder
cold.
what damage type.
You come around the corner and, while cursing in Ice Tongue, it channels your power even greater, and you just blast this guy, and he just turns into an icicle.
Do oblivion. Tis but a scratch.
And that ends combat for that. Aurora just fucking cleaning house on the north side.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're going to cut away from Aurora for a second and cut back down to Abyssalisk and the rest of the group as you are now stacking up at this extra door. The High Elf is actually joined you at this point. He's standing next to you, Abyssalisk, as you're standing at the door. Abyssalisk? Hello?
I am alive somewhat. What's going on?
It is-
I decide to open the door, trying to be stealthy. Or actually, no, I'm not even going to attempt that. I'm just going to normally open the door, because all I know, being stealthy will actually make it louder.
You knock the door open and you find it's a long hallway that just cuts into a dead end. At the other end, you actually see, just some stones that look like the entire cavern kind of collapsed in that area. But immediately, 10 feet in front of you, it cuts off to the right.
I motion Drent and the High Elf to follow me as I peek around this corner.
You see a door.
Nothing yet. We better stay on our toes, though. He repeats more mantras to Noxina as he heads forward and opens the door.
Move the camera there. Yeah, I can pop this one. And you should be able to see to about right there. Alright, so as you open it up, you can kind of see a little bit further down, there's a door straight down the hallway. You can kind of see it in this general vicinity here. Looking the other way, it just kind of gets a little bit too dark for you to see that far.
I decide to move a little closer in this direction, seeing if this will help me see in the... Yep, there we go.
You do see there is a massive double door on this hallway.
Well, looks like we need a boss key.
You see as Drent moves into this side, the elven warrior kind of staying pretty close to his side.
Yep, I'll follow into the room right here.
Drent actually whispers around the corner, there's a large door on this side as well.
Which one we should go in is the question. If Aurora was here, we could have 2 teams of 3. That would have been somewhat good.
You
Sydney's
actually don't
actually-
know that Aurora is missing. Only Abigail or Sydney would have actually noticed that they're not following anymore.
Sydney's actually going to turn to the High Elf and pose a question. Sydney asked the High Elf, how far did you get into this place before you were locked into that room?
Managed to get to the front door.
Ah. Okay.
Ah!
So that's probably where my observation earlier is where it looks like somebody got dragged.
Ah.
Okay. I'm going to signal back to Abigail and ask, do we know where Aurora went?
She just kind of wandered off.
Should we go get her and see if she's okay?
I mean, sure.
I don't really want to, but sure.
She kind of did her own thing. I assumed she's looking for someone. Maybe I couldn't.
Well,
I don't fucking know.
Well, I'm going to go look for her.
Sure.
So,
There's just mumbling under her breath. The stupidity of humans makes me hate myself even more.
Abigail, almost as if to be like, in a non-mocking way, you actually hear this almost celestial laughing. It sounds like it's from very far away, but the moment that it starts to laugh, you feel the sigil that you normally use, your holy symbol, kind of like glow a little bit and then dim. Following Sydney and Rora back over here to Red Side.
Yep. Well, remember, I don't know. I mean, obviously she's not here, so I mean,
There's only one other direction she could have gone aside from back out.
yeah. So I don't think she went back out. So I'm gonna go up to the room where she's at, or into this hallway.
You walk into this hallway and you see that it goes forward and then cuts to the left, and then there's a door to your left and a door to your right.
Okay. I'm going to walk through this door right here and open it up.
Aurora, after suffering this wound and freezing this rogue, a moment later the door just swings open. What would you like to do?
Oh yeah.
Throw a book.
Oh my god. Roll a strength check. Roll a strength saving throw.
Me?
Not you. Rora. You throw a book. Sydney, a book comes flying and goes right in front of you, smacking against the wall with a heavy thud, and just drops to the ground. When you look over and you see Aurora, like, still in, like, the end of a pitcher's throw. Just, like, standing there, like, one leg still kind of, like, up behind them.
Yeah.
Oh, it's you.
Thanks for scaring the shit out of me.
Roll a con save to see if you actually shat yourself.
Okay.
Kidding, don't do it.
Okay.
I don't want to have to describe that. Not after yesterday's fiasco with Rue.
Yeah.
Ray, whatever the fuck. Ray. Alright, so the two of you are in this room.
Don't
Sydney.
mind the frozen corpse, I say while walking near her and grabbing my book.
That's fine. I'm going to approach the other side of the dead body. For anything. Symbols, anything. Loot the body.
You attempt to loot the body, and the moment that you place a hand on them, they just shatter into dust. Very cold dust that kind of like steams up as it cracks down.
Good job, Aurora.
Is there anything else you two will be doing up here?
Curiosity is my middle name.
I think that'll be it for now.
Alright, cutting back down. Abyssalisk, you're staring at this massive double wooden door, and you heard that there's another double wooden door around the corner. But then Drent actually, like, peering even further, comes back and tells you, hey, there's a second door down this way as well. Not quite sure where it leads.
Let's try to stick together for now. It'd be better than any one of us trying to get into any of these alone. He goes with Drent and the High Elf, suggesting they take the first door.
Immediately, the high elf actually goes to the door and begins pushing it open, not really caring whether or not the door is like guarded or anything.
God damn it.
Abigail's just gonna move up behind Drent, and yeah. At this point, she's just waiting for the rest of the idiots to return if they do or they don't.
You do notice as Aurora comes around the corner, Sydney following her.
You have your fun alone time.
You actually watch as almost immediately the elf runs inside.
God damn it.
Don't make me freeze your ass too.
And Dredd
Try me, bitch.
comes around the corner on the other side of the open wooden door. And you see as he puts his short swords away and draws his bow and arrow and gets ready.
I think I know how he got captured. God damn it. Yeah, he decides to run after this fucking elf.
You pop through the door. And on the far side of the room, you see another one of these crazed berserker types.
Can I cover my wound, by the way?
Yes, you can. You have a
Nice.
book, just like a book page that's just stuck to the side of your body. Just attached to the blood.
I didn't mean it like that.
I'm kidding, but yeah. As
I'd
you all
wound you, doofus.
as you all kind of like pile into this little corridor here, you actually see as the elf has actually taken a few steps forward. And with that, I need everyone to go ahead and roll initiative again.
I roll with advantage. Hooray!
Initiative. Excuse me. Sorry.
Why did it roll 3 dice? Okay, we'll just take 21 then.
Oh, you did advantage plus instead of regular
Oh.
advantage.
You want me to just roll that again then?
That's
Oof.
alright.
Ouch.
You had a 16 and an 18, so I mean, it still would have been an 18. So 18
Alright.
plus 3 for 21. So, Idril. Terrible. I need to change that back. I keep fucking forgetting. I'm not a red tongue rogue. Drent. That's not Drent. That's not Drent. So this... Ah, no. What have you done? No. I moved it too close to the bottom. And suddenly, all of my stuff disappeared. It all got minimized.
Rip.
Ah.
Alright, alright. We're mostly Gucci. What am I missing? This one. This is the one I need. Make sure it's the right one. Yes, okay. Alright, we're good. Just need to roll for Drent here. Not too terrible. Everybody already rolled?
Yep.
Abigail, Aurora, Drent, Sydney, Abysseus, Adventure. I need the other dude. Yeah, you rolled a 6. Go ahead and move the camera there for the recording. So, first up, Abigail.
Alright, so I'm gonna take a step to the side of the potato. Should be 10 feet. What do I see in the room aside from the elf?
You see at the far end, there's this angry-looking, half-dressed, half-orc man standing there with another one of these, like, rusted, nasty-looking, gnarled axes. It looks like a huntsman axe that's just been, like, wrapped with, like, rope and other stuff, and, like, there's a chain at the end of it for some odd reason, like, holding the axe head together. It looks ramshackle, but he still looks pretty dangerous. And along the left side of the wall, you actually do see another one of these like grated doors. It looks like your normal jail cell door, where it's just like iron barred door.
Hmm.
But you can't quite
And
see what's
he's
inside of it.
so he's the only one I can see in the room at the moment.
Yes,
I'm gonna take a step into the room.
there's nothing else there.
Nothing else. Okay, one dude. All right. I guess I will cast. I'll cast Sacred Flame on him. It's an action. I need him to make a Wisdom saving throw.
A 5.
And he takes 1 point of radiant damage.
You see as your sacred flame like kind of gathers for a second, but then you hear like this like subtle laugh again, and the flame dims, and just this like little golden flame just slaps him and kind of like burns him in the eye a little bit.
Singular point of damage. Wonderful. Anyway, I'm
That
going
was actually
to,
at advantage. Make sure you turn your advantage back off.
even with advantage, I got a 1. Okay.
Well, it doesn't affect your damage roll, but like I just want to make sure that you turn your your
Gotcha.
thing off if you make an actual attack.
Yep. And well, I mean, it is an actual. Whatever.
A saving
Yeah,
throw
that's.
versus a actual like ranged spell attack or something.
I'm gonna just take a step here, let people get in the room, and that's the end of my turn.
That's a wall there on the
That's a wall.
yeah.
Then where would be a spot I can move that is not blocking people?
Well, everyone should very easily be able to get past you because you can share space. You just can't be in the same spot when you come to rest, quote unquote.
Fair enough.
Like you can pass by an ally through the same square. You just can't pass through enemies in the same square. Or non-allied combatants. Like if you wanted to, you technically could walk through Idral currently if you needed to. You could step through them, quote unquote. But yeah, is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, that's the extent of my turn right now.
Alright, that brings us to Queen Frosty, the McFlurry. Aurora, whenever
Well,
you're ready. You can actually hear, like, people yelling, and you hear Abigail charm a spell and fire it off, and immediately followed up with a very, almost whispered, but still rather loud, fuck.
Ah!
I kinda just grab my book and start reading, and that's the end of my turn.
Roll an intelligence check. You learned something new. That brings up Drent's turn. He's going to go ahead and just fire off the bow that he knocked. Actually, he's going to step up behind you, Abigail. And instead of firing the bow, he reaches out and touches you on the shoulder. Did I do this right? I hope so. You regain 3 hit points.
Wunderbar. Yes.
Wunderbar.
He kind of like heals you for a second and kind of like looks at his hand and he's like, I was never good at this. And that ends his turn. That brings us to Sidney.
Alright. Alright, I was trying to light my candle. Was it 30 spaces we move?
Yeah, so you have a movement speed of 30.
Okay. I'm going to move my fat ass right here. And I'm going to do my normal person, and I'm going to cast Whole Person.
How many spell slots do you have?
Hang on, let me tell you.
Because you've already cast Hold Person twice.
I have, that's right.
And yeah, you've already used both of your spells for level
Yep.
2.
Okay, so then instead, I shall use. I will use Vicious Mockery.
It's a cantrip, so you can use that as much as you want.
Yep.
Vicious Mockery is a wisdom for 1 fucking point of damage.
Yep.
Oh, and he doesn't even take it.
Nope.
Oh, what'd you try and say to utilize Vicious Mockery? An insult.
My insult is going to be that you are a tiny, tiny individual with a small little pecker.
He kind of like stops, put the axe to the side, and just like rips his pants off. And there you see hanging is the massive, most grotesque looking penis ever.
Why do you do these things?
And that'll end my turn. Sorry. I should have made that clear.
Alrighty, that brings Sydney's turn to an end. That brings up the Red Tongue. The Red Tongue Berserker, actually, with his axe to the side after ripping his pants off, unleashes this roar and goes into a Berserker's Rage.
Oh no!
He then immediately charges forward. That's 15 feet forward, straight towards Idral, and unleashes a reckless attack with his axe. With a 10 to hit. Wow. That's unfortunate rolls for me. God damn. The axe, like, in his fury and his recklessness, he swings the axe and it just slams into the side of the wall. Israel kind of, like, shields and takes cover, but the axe never came. You actually see as, like, the top portion of the axe, as it hits a stone wall, just breaks off. So it's like a hatchet on the bottom end that's all jagged and toothy. But yes, he is very angry. That brings his turn to an end and brings us to Absolus.
Seeing the Berserker fly into a rage and triggering memories of some of the battles he faced in his home area, he knows that he has to increase his power. Moving forward to defend his new ally, about here, and will trigger a Divine Smite on his rapier. And will go ahead and attack.
Go ahead and roll your Divine Smite as well.
Submitted a Divine Smite. Waiting for it
And
to load.
mark off one of your spell slots as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
Alright, so a
that's-
total of 17 damage. Well, the 9 is halved to 5 because it's non-magical. So 13 damage.
Let's see. 9 divided by 2. Yeah, it actually rounds down, so it'll actually only be 4 damage. So 4
Bless you.
plus 8 is 12 damage.
What, Sydney?
Said bless
No,
you.
sir. Yeah.
Hey. You stab into him, and like his muscles are so tense and flexed that your rapier barely gets in. But still, the charge of Noxina's energy, this purple glow, just shoots from like the base of the rapier straight to the tip and into their body, and you see them kind of like pulse for a second. They take a pretty hefty amount of damage, but you're still like unsure how a rapier couldn't pierce through muscle.
Despite my shock that my rapier did not pierce this bare man, I still hold firm that we will succeed.
Actually, let me check something. Yeah, you can't see in there. Right, that brings us to Ithral, who's going to just weakly swing. He's still suffering from exhaustion and starvation and dehydration. Not to an extreme extent where it's life-threatening, but he's still pretty feeble. You want to make a swing? Yeah, he doesn't hit shit. He literally, like, swings his longsword, like, overhand, and it just kind of, like, bounces off this guy's muscle. Not even a ripple. And that ends his turn. Brings us back to Abijal.
Oh, he's still up. So, 5'10". I'm gonna take out my fucking Warhammer. I'm gonna swing with advantage on him because that was a reckless attack on his part, correct?
Technically, yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah. I forgot. Sorry. Yes. You do have advantage on melee strikes. I should have did that for Abyssius, but Abyssilis.
I'll just have that next turn.
Don't worry about it. He's dead.
So go ahead and make a Warhammer strike at advantage.
Alrighty. Give me... It's...
With advantage, you swing with a 10.
Yeah, it's not my best weapon to swing with.
You make this massive overhand swing, kind of like cutting through the diagonal air. And this Warhammer, heavy at the end, is just creaming towards him. And it just bounces off the side of his muscle. Like, he just flexes his arm and your Warhammer just flaps off, like hitting concrete with a sledgehammer or a rubber mallet.
Good to know. I will get behind him then with another 5-foot step.
Is
All
there
right,
anything
and
else you'd like
that's
to
the
do?
end of my turn.
That brings us back
Nope.
to Rora. If you're back yet, nurse. Yeah, looks like they're typing. Tra-la-la-la-la-la. One day Aurora will tell us what she's gonna do, but most likely she's just gonna read a book.
And throw it.
Alright, I'm gonna give you another, 5 seconds, and then I'm just gonna say that you're continuously reading this book. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, I'm gonna assume that they're still not back because they did say that they're gonna be right back, but they don't seem
Yeah,
to be
I'm gonna
back.
I'm gonna go grab a cup of water, so go ahead.
So, Aurora is still just in the back reading up this book that she purchased. Not really paying attention to anything else, not even caring about the fight that's going on. That brings us back to Drent. He's actually going to just step up to you, Abyssius. And he's going... whatever.
Whatever his name is.
Whatever your freaking name is, he's gonna throw down a heal for you. You heal 9 points.
Oh, yes. That, I believe, actually allows me to... Yeah, that allows me to fully heal.
He kind of gives you a thumbs up and then hands you this small piece of parchment, and it's a bill for 1 gold.
Oh my god! Greedy fuck!
That ends his turn and brings us back to Sydney.
Yep. I'm going to throw my dagger.
Alrighty. You throw your dagger. It just goes over the entire crowd, and like you hear it cling, 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 cling in the background.
Yes. Great. Yeah, well, that's a disappointment, and that'll end my turn.
Brings us back to the Berserker, who's still in his furious rage, is going to make another aggressive attack against Idral. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. So that's a 22 to hit for only 4 damage. See, as this massive beast, he, like, not even using the edge of the axe, he just uses the butt of it and slams it into Idral. You see as Idral actually like winces and almost loses his feet.
Oh, I keep forgetting to frickin'... Okay. Yeah, that should be reminded about next time. Anyways. Whose turn is it?
It's now your turn. Abstylus. Abstinence. Whatever.
Whatever the heck it is. I take my rapier and just trusting in my own force, thrust back into him.
At advantage. Because he's been making reckless attacks.
$15 for 2 damage.
Again, like, it's a perfect swing, and normally with this amount of force, it should just go straight through them like butter. But again, like, you see his muscles tense, and your rapier bends instead of actually piercing through.
How tough is this man? He goes internally.
Hello
but...
here.
Hello there.
You
Aurora.
wasted
Fine
your
with
turn reading a book.
that? Like she would, honestly.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to do for your turn, Absilus?
I'm just going to make sure I'm standing next to Idril.
Yeah, it brings us back to Idril, who again is going to try and make another overhand cut. It'll load. Come on. It'll load. Come on. There it goes. Yeah, again, you see as he like cocks back and swings with whatever might is left within his feeble bones. And the Berserker just like catches his hand like midair and just like tosses it back towards him. And he kind of like falls off balance, gasping for air still.
Jesus. This is a tough man.
That brings us to Abigail. At the start of your turn, as a free action, I need you to make a perception check.
Wonderful. Okay, come on. Character sheet. Perception. Please don't tell me. Yeah, I figured it rolled with advantage. God damn it. Hang on. That second one should be it. 5 with no advantage.
Well, I will take the actual like first roll, which is a 2 plus 2, so it was a 4. You don't really pay
Yeah.
much attention. This angry hulking man that's blocking everything and just deflecting swords with his bare body is just... He's doing it. He's doing well. He has your full focus.
I'm not gonna spend the spell on him. I really don't want to. So I need to find a weapon that's better suited for me. That's not strength based. But hey,
You mean
let's
like
swing.
you mean like a dagger or a? Does a rapier count as a finesse weapon?
It is counted as a finesse weapon because it is light.
Yeah, I can only use simple weapons.
Ah.
Yeah, fun.
There is a dagger that flew behind you and landed on the ground. That Sydney threw. I mean, everyone saw this dagger just fly like 4 feet above everyone's heads and just land in the back.
Hey, Josh.
In this area here.
Real quick, sorry to take away from this. I gotta be back for like 2 minutes. My boss needs for a sec.
Alrighty.
All right.
Alright.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay.
I'm gonna swing the Warhammer again. Does a 13 hit his AC?
Yes. For 3 points of damage.
Look, at least it's something.
Slowly chipping him down.
Oh wait, that wasn't with advantage because he didn't do a reckless attack, did he? Again?
I mean, it should have been an advantage, yeah.
No.
So go ahead and roll just a regular roll one more time. Yeah, the 13 would have been...
Not my type of weapon.
Yeah, you take the Warhammer and you just crack him in the back of the head and he kind of like snaps down, but for some reason this dude is just almost impervious to all melee attacks. That brings us to the next person up. Is there anything else you want to do with a bonus action?
No. Not unless I can kick him in the groin as a free action.
Nope, you already used your free action for a perception check. Rora, what you doing, girl?
So,
You have a significant other that you're doing? That's cute.
I will ray of frost the cunt as I see everyone is struggling to hit him for some ungodly known reason.
Oh no, we're hitting him. He's just taking very little damage.
The one person that you actually needed in this fight was the one that was sitting in the back reading a fucking book.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Just kidding.
Alright, Aurora,
For shit.
roll a d20. Just a raw d20. Oof. Alright.
Oh no.
Roll 1d4.
Oh no.
Your spell, as you charge it up, the moment that you do and you begin to release the spell, you see just a moment too late that in that moment was the same moment that Idral actually gets thrown back and he just receives the blast straight into his back.
You.
He does not look like he's going to survive much longer as the frost is actually turning his skin blue.
God damn it.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Nope.
Alright. So that brings us back to Drent, who kind of like looks back at you and like gives you that like, what the fuck shrug? He reaches over and he touches Idral and hits him with that flex. It's like... And immediately after he casts it, he passes him a little slip of paper. And then Idral looks at it and he's like, that's a lot of money. It's like, what's your life worth? And Idral just kind of like shrugs. Kind of like looks a little gloom. And that'll end Trent's turn and bring us back to Sydney, which I think Sydney is out for a second, so I'll go ahead and do something for Sydney real quick. Sydney. It's going to use Vicious Mockery.
Will slap me for missing. Oh.
You see as Sydney, like, kind of like puts their hands to their mouth, making like a little cup with both of their hands, like doing the shouting thing. Like, your dick might be big, but your brain is small, and you have tiny testicles.
Beautiful.
Oh shit, that was at advantage. Whoops. What was the first roll? It's 5. No. He actually takes the 3 psychic damage, and you actually kind of see as he kind of like slumps a little bit in his anger. And that'll end Sydney's turn and bring us back to the Zerker, who's going to try again at at Reckless, because they're already surrounded. They're probably going to die. No, they're going to do a normal attack.
Oh, then give him disadvantage. I use my protection fighting style.
Rolls a natural 1. The blade of his axe shatters on the side of your shield. It is now considered a club.
Beautiful. Oh, would you look whose turn it is?
Give me a second to put this stuff in real quick.
Is it my turn to swing on the Nutter Butter again, or?
No, it's my turn this time to swing on the Nutter Butter.
Alright. So that's set there. Alright, that brings us to Absolus.
Alright. Where was the thing?
And make sure you have just your normal strikes on, because you no longer have advantage, because he was not being reckless last turn.
Right. Alright, so, what I'm going to do is... Okay, how many... Okay, I'm going to actually channel my divinity into my blade using my sacred weapon. Which will, yeah, here we go. Channel divinity. And for some reason it's not giving the oath.
I'm back.
Beautiful.
Welcome back.
Sorry. Yeah, we're screwed. We're absolutely screwed.
Just copy pasting it for now, that way you already have it. I am, for 10 turns, adding my charisma modifier to my attack rolls.
We're still fighting this guy?
Yep.
Yep.
Holy crap.
Aurora almost killed one of the other people, the Idril, the High Elf. Blasted him in the back with a Ray of Frost.
Alright, so I am
Well,
going...
at least now he can say he's been blue-balled.
Alright, attack rapier and add 3 to whatever comes up. 16.
Yeah, that hits for 11 damage. Your blade begins to glow as it harmonizes with your prayers. It begins to radiate with this, like, dark purple energy. And as you finally stab through this weakened, bleeding out berserker, it stabs and pierces through his muscle, through his breastplate, and straight into his heart, through his, like, rib cage. And just pierces his heart and then pulses, and you just see as his body kind of like, the rage starts to simmer. He drops the blunt stick that was his axe and collapses to the ground.
Well fought. He pulls out his rapier and sheathes it.
Now, Abigail, immediately you turn to the side and you hear a voice, gruff. Let me out of this damn cell already.
She looks over, and what am I looking at here exactly?
There's a half-orc warrior standing there.
Ah, interesting!
Friend of yours, Mr. High Elf?
Idral immediately goes over and he's like, yes, that's Growth. He is one of my companions.
Is there a lock on the door?
It's a similar bolt that's just holding the gate shut.
Alright, yeah. Remove it.
You see as he, like, steps over to the berserker on the ground, and just starts kicking the shit out of his skull, like, just turning it to paste. Despite the long time that he's been inside of this cell, he doesn't seem to have lost much of his strength.
Beautiful.
There's... Have you seen the others? Need to find Garrett and Vince before we leave. Israel kind of like looks at him wearily and is like, I have not seen them yet. They're still somewhere inside. Growth just like walks out, not really knowing where he's going, just starts walking, and Idral just follows him there. They end up going back the way you came.
Can I check the barbarian's pockets? Any gold, anything on him?
Roll an investigation check.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
He has a big dick and tiny balls. And a shaft that used to be an axe.
Yeah, he used to have an
Noted.
axe until it shattered against my shield.
Noted. I will leave that body alone.
I follow the other guys.
So you all see as Aurora walks off following the other two adventurers. You see as Idril turns to you and is like, is there any other directions that they could have gone? I know that we went forward, but there might still be things in the back that we missed.
Follow me.
They both follow you.
Alright. And while this is happening, Absolus turns to Dren and just like says, we should probably investigate some of the other double doors. For all we know, there could be more prisoners in this wing.
Aurora, I'm going to put this part on hold, and we're going to come back to the main group. Alright, so you do know that there are two other massive double doors. One down the long hallway and one just around the corner of you right now.
I start walking out and motion for Sydney, Drent, and Abigail to follow me to the lower door.
No. Just kidding. I got you.
Just no.
Nope. I'm leaving. I'm going back to the tavern to get drunk.
As he starts moving, he gets an idea and pulls one of the javelins from his back.
And Drent stacks up like in the corner. You see him actually like knock another arrow. He kind of like looks to you. He's like, I only have one more chance of healing any of you, so the last one always costs 6 gold. Because it's usually one I save for myself. If you're dying, I'll save your life, but if not, well, it's saving that for me.
If you need me, I can heal you. Just make sure you're not getting hurt, eh?
And kind of gives you a wink and like backs further into the corner with the bow ready at the door.
Azulus nods and slowly opens the door, his javelin at the ready.
Shouldn't we go check on Aurora so she doesn't get gang raped?
I mean,
If she's out looking to get fucked, let her.
All she wants is books.
You come around
And
the corner.
she can learn a thing or two from getting fucked.
And there you see another one of these aggressive half-orc barbarian types.
And you see what I mean with these.
He's staring into the cell, and he seems to be barking at somebody. Literally just, like, barking.
So
okay,
he doesn't notice us, so don't go fucking Leroy.
He
in this
closes
place.
the door slowly and turns to Abigail, and just sort of whispers, "Was it you or that Ray fellow who could go invisible?"
And she just remains silent.
Sydney turns to Abyss and says, "I think it's Abigail, who can go invisible."
I don't think it would be wise to go ahead and attack that person.
Hang on a
Just
second. Abyssius, you have sacred weapons still active, right? For 1 minute?
Yeah.
You emit bright light.
Ah!
The moment that you open the door,
Well, for only 20 feet, though. That's the only problem.
That is 20 feet right up to him.
that is
so-
bright light there and dim light
Scheiße.
beyond. You are literally have a
Scheiße.
shining weapon. It's just this
Oh,
awkward, like, purple hue that just shines through the door and then, like,
Dissipates.
yeah, as you shut it.
This is a problem.
Sorry, I was moving the camera. Give me like 2 seconds, I need to use the bathroom.
1, 2.
So, how are you liking the dungeon so far?
It's not
Pretty
bad.
good.
There's
Definitely
still
definitely strong enemies to fight, which is making the paladin more sure of himself.
so much more of it to go. Alright, so, Abyssilis, you kind of forgot for a second as you open the door, your javelin in your hand, but your sword still kind of glowing at your side. And then you shut the door, you turn, and you whisper to Abigail. Abigail doesn't respond to you.
I'm just hoping that bright light was dimmed by the sheath. But whatever the case, for the moment, he is going to hold back with his shield at the ready, just in case he, fucked up, and is going to wait for and see if Aurora will be rejoining the party in a minute. Or to see if the frickin' enemy decides to make a move.
Alright, we'll go ahead and cut back to Aurora since Aurora is back. You're standing at the door. These 2 warriors standing behind you. What would you like to do?
Okay, can I open it slowly?
Roll a stealth check.
Oh.
Quieter than the quietest quiet, you creak the door open. It leads to about a 20-foot hallway that opens up into this like 10-foot pathway that leads to the left.
Okay, so. I look at them and say we should first wait for the others and walk back.
You walk back, but they don't follow you. They just kind of wait here for a little bit. Ithril actually looks pretty winded from the previous fight, and he kind of like slumps against the wall. And Garoth actually kind of like gives you a nod and like steps towards Idral and just kind of like tries to care for him while he's resting. They're going to stay here and take a rest while you walk back.
If you guys go forward without us, I swear I'll turn you both into ice statues for my museum.
They kind of give you a look as you walk away.
Welcome back.
You will see as Aurora comes back around the corner, strutting, a book still in hand as she's kind of flipping through it, walking without really paying attention. A cold breeze kind of like comes with her at the same time. The Ice Queen returns.
The other two decided to stay, and if they die as I shrug.
Beautiful.
And after I say that, I will close my book and gain a second level spell using my sorcery points.
You gain a secondary spell slot. Secondary level spell slot by using your sword points. Cool. Right then. So in order to gain a second level spell, you'd have to burn all 3 of them, correct?
Yeah,
Yeet them fucking
No
sword
problem.
points.
I did it.
Cool. So with that, you're all waiting at this door for something to happen.
Well, if we're waiting on something to happen. Do I gotta be the one to do it? Alright. I'm going
I walk
to.
into the room cause I don't know what's inside.
Oh no!
Okay then. Sure. We'll
Yes,
let
I got it.
You walk
Okay.
in and the room is empty. Like,
What are you guys afraid of, I say?
Abyssless, you immediately peek around Aurora, and that angry, seething guy that was standing there is not there anymore.
Be cautious, Aurora. I saw someone in here earlier. I fear they might be hiding in wait.
As you step in, you can tell that the path at the end curves off to the left. Actually, yeah, like that would be better. And again,
Okay, go ahead, sir.
you see on the right side, there's these massive double doors. They look like made of stone. They're much more ornate in design. Where on the right, you see another one of these, like barred areas.
Abyssal or I can't even say his name right.
Absolus.
Absolus. Absolus moves around Aurora, cautiously approaching the cell door with his shield at the ready, trying to be aware of any attack that might come his way. He's going to make a perception check into the cell.
Go ahead and, well, you don't really need to. It's well lit enough. You see a dead adventurer who looks like his head was recently carved in with an axe. And the door is actually open.
Oh,
We could have saved him.
that is not good.
And he already looked pretty feeble. But you actually see, like, in their hand is a, like, kind of like this white dragon icon that's held firm inside of their hand as their shield is laid on the ground and a little mace is next to them. Their clothes are pretty ragged and destroyed, and there is a massive gash wound that's cutting from, like, the top of the left shoulder all the way down through the ribs, almost into the stomach.
Absolus walks into his cell and closes their eyes as he puts a hand on their wound, silently wishing that he could have protected them before palming the white dragon icon to avenge this fallen adventurer and exiting the cell. So in short, he just now has the white dragon icon and is now looking for that person who is guarding the cell.
You look around in this current area, and there's nothing. It's just this
Yeah, but
ornate stone door that looks like even the handles themselves have like a little bit of dust on them. But you don't see any handprints or anything on them.
he motions for Aurora to come in as he decides to carefully take a look around this corner.
You step around the corner, and what you see is another large door.
Hmm.
Deciding to leave the giant ornate space for until they had a few more allies, he moves forward towards these double doors. Also, where... Oh yeah, those two are over there. Got it.
And Dread kind of walks up, but he looks a little bit more cautious and he's hanging back a pretty decent amount. Abigail, you just staying in that first hallway?
I'm gonna move up with the party, but at the same time I'm keeping my distance with Durant.
I open the door and still have my shield at the ready just to make sure I'm not getting immediately pummeled by spells.
So you open the door.
I open the door.
You open the door and you actually see a few tents that seem to be set up in here. It looks like this was a what you would assume is something like a little camping spot or a resting space for most of the people in here. They actually have like actual tents set up on either side of the room. There's a few bedrolls that you can see kind of laying around the floor. There's not much else in here.
Huh.
Roll a perception check.
Another one. I see.
Ooh.
Oh!
You notice that one of the tents in the far back corner is moving. Like somebody's inside of it.
Ah.
Charge.
Absolute motions for the rest of the party to move forward and points to the far right corner.
I follow.
Yeah, well, that's all we can do at this point. Just keep bringing up the rear.
I'll bring up your rear. So yeah, are you walking into the room or are you just pointing at the back corner and telling them that
Perhaps.
there's somebody there?
I cautiously move forward into the room, shields still at the ready, and motioning for the others to back me up.
Drent comes in and positions himself right into this corner, his back up against the wall.
Okay.
Alright. I shall once again move a little closer.
Aurora, are you immediately following him as he moves forward?
Fuck no.
Fuck no. Fuck that shit.
Abyssalisk. As you march into the middle of the room heading towards this tent, cautiously keeping your shield at the ready for it, you hear this slight, like, and suddenly, from underneath the ground, these, like, marbled floors, like, these false tunnel heads, they all pop open, and these rogues appear out of nowhere. I need to move these. Oh, damn it. GM layer. Token layer. Token layer. Token layer. Token layer. And token
I
layer.
don't like this. I don't like this.
And as all of these doors pop open, you see these stealthy rogues all appear. And immediately popping out from the tent that was now getting your attention, a familiar face.
God damn it.
Because this is a surprise round, these rogues will have the advantage. But I need everyone to go ahead and roll initiative one more time.
Oh, fuck, I didn't recast my initiative roll. What'd I get? Oh, yeah, that's a bunch of hot horse shit. Add an 8.
Sick.
Woo! Low rollers. Okay, there we go.
Sydney hitting that 19 like a boss.
Yeah. With my dagger that I can't use.
I'll put it on that guy. Yeah, that'd be fine. Oh shit, he had disadvantage on his... That's 14, 15, 16 for the Berserker.
Berserker's not a rogue unless you spec multi-class early.
Yeah, I actually rolled them on different sheets, but the Berserker actually had disadvantage still tagged from the previous fight.
Oh, he died and his soul carried over to the next fight.
Beautiful.
Alright. Sydney,
Yes.
you will have first turn after the surprise round.
Jesus. All right.
These rogues immediately close in around Abyssalus. Absolus. I still need to figure out how to say
Honestly-
that properly.
Honestly, if you just give it close, I understand what you're talking about.
So Silas, you are almost immediately flooded on all four corners, as well as having this barbarian march up to you. You have your shield at the ready, but these are four rogues. And they have flanking on you.
This is not good.
So it's going to be 4 attacks against you. With advantage. And sneak attack.
Oh, that's death.
Yeah, well, and because nobody wanted to take a rest, I can't do anything. Fuckers.
So
I mean, nobody here was really at a loss for health, but sure.
Well, that's
One,
okay. We're
The
fine.
first
Two,
one missed. The second one
three,
hit. Third one missed.
4.
And the fourth one missed.
So only one sneak attack. So in total you take 9 damage from the rogues.
Alright.
Then you see as this axe-wielding humanoid person looking rather nasty. They have like little pot marks all over their body and some boils all over their chest. They don't look very healthy. They're going to swing that massive axe they have at you. Why is that at disadvantage? The first swing was an 11 plus 5, so 16. It missed.
Still would miss.
So they all swing at you, but yeah, they're not landing. You're just shield guarding and blocking stuff with your rapier, deflecting as much as you can until one dagger cuts underneath your shield as you're deflecting the axe and stabs you like right into the back of the arm, like close to the armpit, and pierces through towards the back of your body. They twist it and yank it back down, and you just have like a torrent of blood coming out of the from almost underneath your armpit, and it stings.
Ah, that's not good.
This rogue on the far side, Pinky, is going to throw a dagger at Aurora. Which I forgot to actually add the dagger throw, because I'm a dirt. Dagger throw. Attack. Ranged weapon attack. Range. 25 feet. 1 d4 piercing. There we go. So Aurora, catch. Oop, nope, that's at advantage. So that's a 12, 13, 14, 16 to hit.
It hits.
You take 5 points of piercing damage as a dagger stabs you, like, right in the thigh. Like, just above the knee. You just kind of off to the side a little bit, just catches you right in the thigh. Still stuck inside of you. That will end the surprise round. And bring up Sydney. If you right click once while you're doing your measurement thing, it'll break it into 2 separate cards.
Oh, okay.
You just tap it, don't hold it. You can do it a few times if you need to.
Okay. I'm just gonna say this ahead of time. I'm sorry for how this may or may not turn. Okay. But I'm going for it, boys and girls. I'm going for it at this point.
Oh my god. Please let me describe it. I think I already know what's going to happen.
I'm going to. What's so far this way? I'm going to. Oh, fuck it. I gotta shift this way. That's the extent of my movement. And I'm going to cast. Josh, you know what it is?
Thunderwave.
Thunderwave.
So that's going to put a cone in front of you. So it's
Everything in 15 feet.
foot. Oh, 15-foot cube originating from you. So everything in a 15-foot cube. Oh,
So literally everything, including me.
Yes, but if you read it,
it's a con save of 12.
yeah.
Right.
So you had to make a con save of 12, Upsilis. Upsilis.
Ah, fuck. Come on!
So the Berserker
Well, I took 4 damage, which is the good thing. Oh!
passes. Rogue 1 passes.
Of course.
Green Rogue passes. Blue Rogue fails. Yellow Rogue passes.
Of course, they all fucking pass. Of course.
Alright, but, in turn, due to the effects of Thunderwave, boop, I am over here now.
So you're
I am
forced
pushed.
to.
I am pushed 10 feet away from the caster.
But you can't technically pass through other people. So
Fair.
you would actually just bounce off of the Berserker.
Ah, fuck.
4 damage. That's. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. That's not going to work. Give me a moment. I really gotta get my shit working better. You know, I'm definitely a professional DM, if you can't tell.
You can hear by the amount of scroll wheeling he has to do.
Yeah, that one will be fine. Well, one of the rogues does get blasted. So that one is going to go flying 10 feet away from you. So, yeah, they would continue 10 feet. So, probably say they'll end up over there. Whee!
Well, there's one I can actually make sure I'm not getting hit by.
Except for one thing. Up next, now that Sydney's turn is over, I'm assuming.
I'm also assuming.
Yes, it's over.
It's the Red Tongue Rogue's turn. This rogue over here. Yeah. He's gonna bark at the other guy to scoot over. It moved between Sydney and Absolus. He's gonna take in this spot here, flanking. This one's gonna move back in and get the flank once again. Then they're trying to surround you and take you down as quick as possible. So the first rogue is going to make a dagger strike against you. Who would have guessed? With advantage. That's a 17 to hit for...
That will be with the shield. So... Wait, was that the blue rogue or...
Blue rogue.
Yep, then it does not hit. I'm currently facing the barbarian since I had to blank his strike, which means he struck with my shield, and I have 18 AC.
Nice. So yellow rogue is going to make a strike against you. It's a 23 to hit.
Oh! Well, that one only did
8,
3.
9, 10, 11 damage.
Scheiße.
Oof. Puts you down to what, 6 HP?
Yep. At the moment.
And there's still 3 more attacks coming just on this turn, and then it's the Berserker's turn right after.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're going to survive this one.
Yeah. I'm not sure myself. Though, question. I do want to recall one thing. Where was it? Here. What was the benefits from my deity again?
I don't know. Roll a religion check.
Oh my lord.
She don't love you.
Because you're on the verge of dying and you're about to meet your deity, I will give you one more roll on that to consider it advantage.
Oh god.
As you begin praying to your deity, your armor begins to glow for a moment, and suddenly everything goes dark. Everything. Like the entire room. Aurora and Drent, you're both blinded as this, like, cloud of darkness just covers the entire zone for a moment. And where once was standing an empty space, a porcelain masked, dark black armored hero appears next to you.
Well then!
You are now on the opposite side of him as he's standing there. These other rogues no longer have the ability to hit anything as their entire turn has now been nullified. They're still, like, recovering from the fact that they just went, like, absolutely blind and deaf.
I am immediately thank my deity as I get ready to face my enemies.
Eh. I'm so glad you passed that early history check, or else this would have actually been a capable event. It only happens if you drop under, like, 10% HP or down to, like, almost dead, under 10 hit points.
Alright. So
So,
it's
yeah.
like an emergency use. That's actually really useful.
It's only ever going to happen once.
And honestly, considering the fact I nearly died, I think this is a good call.
Which, I should go ahead and roll his initiative as he's coming in. Whoop whoop. Yeah, he has pretty high initiative. So, the Red Tongue Rogues don't have it, so because he came in as a surprise round, he's going to use a single ability. Because you were about to get attacked by them, and you were attacked by the one rogue of the yellow rogue, right? Or was that the pink rogue?
Yeah, the yellow rogue was the one that got me.
Yeah, he's going to use Midnight's Rebuke against them. Even with advantage, that still didn't make it. This was a 11. The rogue, you see as this guy that just appeared, this champion, puts his hand to their chest, and like, their head kind of goes down for a second, and the moment they lift their head, they move their hand towards them and flick their wrist up, pointing their fingers at the person. And you see as these, like dark onyx spears just appear out of the ground and just rupture, stabbing this guy like 13 times through the body. He's just pinned in the air with these spines. Which brings us to Abigail, since you weren't in the room.
Okay, not in. Well, the potato looks hurt.
The potato is literally like, you can see just blood dripping all over the floor. There's like a puddle of it down beneath them. And they're like gasping.
I have 30 feet of movement. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 25.
Easy.
I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon as a bonus action right here.
Holy shit, that's
And
good.
yeah.
There we go.
And it's going to swing at the first rogue right here, so...
Green rogue?
Yep.
Okay. That's a natural fucking 20.
Clocks him for 13.
Well,
Yeah.
actually. Oh yeah.
That's a critical.
Beautiful.
The hammer just like does like a somersault in the air, then another somersault, and just comes down with this massive gilded force. It just leaves like this golden splash of frozen body where the guy used to be before it lifts up. It's still like this gilded, like gold flaked blood splatter.
And I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on the potato.
The potat.
He profusely thanks you.
You heal, what is that, a 4? No, it's a 5 plus 2, so you heal 7 hit points.
Beautiful. I am now above the threshold of death. Momentarily.
And just like that, the champion disappears. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, that is yeah, that's something we probably should have realized, but I'm sure we can handle it at this point.
And as a
with
free
the
action,
one gone, and
as a free action, she's gonna say, "Stop being stupid."
The moment you say that, the champion of Noxina actually kind of just like turns to you and nods their head yes. Like a very disapproving, like, what the fuck are you doing? They don't speak a word though.
yeah, Absolus is already hating himself for that. So he just resolves to be better.
And with that, my turn is over.
Which brings us to
Right.
Absolus.
Immediately deciding to take advantage of his abilities. First, he is going to he's going to strike at the blue rogue with his rapier.
Yeah, that's right. You rate that air for 5 points of damage.
Oh.
You
And with
stab
that
the rogue
done,
and he kind of like, he's still standing though.
and not letting himself be in a very disadvantageous position, he backs up towards Aurora and Hunter Drent and motions for Abigail and Sydney to follow.
Well, as you know, it's always going to happen. And Dagger tries to chase you, but
He's gonna, and he ends his turn right here.
you just like leapfrog over Abigail.
And blocked with a shield. Or, heck, even the armor blocks it.
The champion actually just like grabs the rogue's wrist as he like tries to make a thrust. It just gives him the no fingers, like that little finger wag of no, and then lets him go.
Beautiful.
Which brings us to Aurora. Titus Maximus, it's your turn. I'm kind of mad that April already passed, because for April 1st I was going to change all your names to funny things.
Oh, man.
Like Titus Maximus, Maxius Gluteus for Sydney.
I mean, considering the fact that most people were like, yeah, we're not having April Fools yet, you could have August Fools.
It's not the same.
So I look at the
that's only
mysterious
downside.
figure and go, no grudge, I just have to do this as I cast Blizzard.
Cast Blizzard on the champion of a goddess. This should be fun.
Yeah, he's probably got something like,
This is an
hey,
AoE, so
You gonna go ahead and throw your spell down? So blue rogue. It's a 17 that passes. Pink rogue. It's a 17 that passes. Berserker. 20 that passes. And the champion. 16 that passes. So they all take half damage. So that's 4.
Don't worry, the mace is within. The warhammer's within swinging distance. It's gonna do its job.
You see as the rogue, blue rogue, the one that's sitting to the north of the champion, his body just like freezes over inside of the blizzard and he just turns to ice. He did not have enough HP to survive even with half damage. Oh, too low. There we go. And yeah, that's 4 damage for him too. Okay. And it's a 5-foot radius, right? And you cast it here?
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to do on your toy?
Nope.
Side knee. Gluteus Maximus. It's your turn.
Huh?
Oh shit, I forgot to roll for one of the fucking rogues. Oh yeah, he's fine.
All right. I'm going to move here.
Two rogues lash out at you as you try and run out of their combat range.
Mhm.
It's a 16 to hit.
Armor, right? Armor.
AC.
Yep. So it hits.
And they get sneak attack because you're within 5 feet of another one of their allies. So you take 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage from the first strike. The second one is a natural one.
Ah, that's fun for them.
They accidentally kill the person next to them.
Oh my god. Beautiful.
Like, they try and swing at you, but they swing, like, way too wide. Like, in a, kind of like throwing a right hook.
Uh-huh.
But it goes past you as you duck underneath it, and they continue the momentum after, like, the chill causes their muscles to kind of spaz. And they just accidentally stab their buddy in the throat, and he just bleeds to death right there and dies.
That was a quick bleeding to death.
That was some serious fucking luck.
If you ever get stabbed in your mesenteric artery, it only takes, like, 2 seconds. And
So I
combat
took-
is 6 seconds.
So I took 10 damage, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, great. I'm going to cast Hideous Laughter on the Barbarian.
Yeah, he rolls a 2.
Eat a fat
What's the
show.
joke? It has to be something kind of funny, or at least funny enough.
Funny enough. I didn't even think of this ahead of time. Shit, fuck me. What do you call a giraffe? It's a small. Anyone?
You see the barbarian cock his head to the side as he's like the only one that can hear you.
No neck. Ha!
Due to his low intelligence, he somehow gets that joke and falls prone laughing.
Yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I do have a bonus roll. No, no mas. End my turn.
That brings us to the champion of Noxina. They're about to liquefy somebody.
Yeah.
He steps over in front of the barbarian who's on the ground laughing. And he pulls out this sword that looks like... It almost looks like it's animated to look like the night sky. It's this long slender blade. It looks like it's been sharpened on only one end. It's a long straight blade. And he just takes it, flips it around, and just attempts to stab this guy in the head. I think he hit
Jesus!
for 24 damage. That's 3. Yeah, that's the number. The blade pierces into them, and you see their entire body get wreathed in these like shadowy tendrils that dig into their skin, like piercing in and then popping back out in different places, and then jumping back in, and then they all dissipate as he rips the sword back out. Or I should say, as they rip the sword back out. And that will end the champion's turn. The Red Tongue Rogue, the last one standing, is going to take the disengage action. And with their movement, they're going to run around everybody to the door, and then use their rogue ability of cunning action to use their bonus action for another movement. They're gonna run the fuck away. The Berserker can't do anything on their turn as they're laughing and cackling, and you're not sure, but there's a very foul scent that's starting to emanate from their body. The only thing they can do is try and save against the hideous laughter. They don't. They're still prone laughing. That brings us back to Abigail.
All right. Well, he's in with melee distance of the hammer. Does it get advantage since he's prone?
Yes.
Awesome. Do we see another dirty natural 20 on spiritual weapon? No, but still good enough. 10 force damage to him.
Yeah.
And that's as a bonus action.
The hammer does another, like, triple somersault and then slams, but instead of hitting with, like, the head of the hammer, like the normal front, it hits with the top and just smashes him. And for some reason, like, it grew as it's doing the somersaults and just crushes his entire body into paste. He did.
Okay. And as that's it. There is a stern turnaround because there's no more enemies in the room. Stern turnaround as Abigail turns to look at the paladin. What were you thinking?
You realize I wasn't right. Like, at this point...
That's the problem.
Just out of character, that's what's going on. But currently, he's just silent in contemplation.
No, this is her. I apologize if my voice is
Oh,
different.
no. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Is it like, what were you... Do you have a death wish? Do you want to die?
He still stays silent at that.
Why do I care about this? No, I shouldn't. She just turns around, walks away, and she's going to check the first tent closest to her, see if there's anything in it. Just not having it.
I will run and follow the rogue.
You're trying to chase after the rogue, but they're very quick and slippery. You see them just disappearing around corners. You eventually catch up to it near the front entrance, and you just see a dead rogue. As on the other side of the map, the orc adventurer Groth and the other high elf adventurer Idral slayed the rogue as he was trying to escape. They're both standing there like huffing over themselves, except for Groth, who just has this like scimitar sitting on his shoulder, and he's sitting there all proud and attempting to look tough. Abigail, you look inside the tent, and you find a few pieces of like cloth, a few blankets and pillows, and a few bedrolls are in there.
Good.
At this point,
I'm just gonna start wailing on one of them with a hammer in frustration. Just start wailing on the contents in the tent. Just so fucking done with these people. And she needs some outlet not to blow up on them.
you'll watch as the champion of Noxina just quietly leaves the room following Aurora as she leaves.
I'm about to die.
At this point, Absolus sets up his priest materials and is simply sitting on the. Oh,
Hey, I see you.
he's simply sitting where he stands, just asking for forgiveness from his deity, and nothing more.
You don't actually roll a religion check.
A religion check.
A religion
Yeah.
check.
If it decides to appear.
It will eventually.
Oh, there we go. Oh. Why did it appear?
It happens sometimes if you click it once or twice, or sometimes it just double taps because it's weird. If you have too much going on and your internet is a little bit strained, especially with like Windows or Chrome, it'll double tap. Don't worry about it. So you sit there and you're praying, but you don't really feel that normal warmth that kind of like emanates from this symbol. It's not cold, but it doesn't have that like growth of warmth that kind of like embraces you.
He simply sits in silence, just trying to reconcile.
So as Abigail is destroying this tent with a spiritual weapon, just turning it into...
Oh no, she's doing it with her actual warhammer. The spiritual weapon's just poofed.
I walk back towards them.
Aurora teleports back to you guys with great haste.
Fucking speed.
I'm Speed! Alright, Octane, calm the hell down.
And just for shits and giggles, just in case nothing wants to pop out of this tent, I'm going to thunder away on this tent down here.
You can go ahead and mark off your first level spell.
I've used 3 so far.
Third.
Yeah, so I have 1 left.
And you said this tent here?
Yeah, the one down here, yep.
Yeah, it just gets blown into the wall and disappears.
Great.
And that one's been destroyed too. So, what would you guys like to do from now?
I don't know, maybe take a nice rest.
I
What
look
did-
at everyone and go, shouldn't we take a long rest?
A long rest inside of a bandit camp that you haven't fully explored.
Absolutely. We can hide in the tent like the other. Look, Abigail, if you want to go search, so.
I'm gonna just loot the bodies. Not say a word, just loot the bodies.
Alright, so as you attempt to loot a few of the bodies, one of them is completely frozen. Again, the Aurora effect.
Ignore it, yes.
The Berserker has been smushed into paste. Another one of the
Ignore it.
rogues has been smushed into paste. And of the two that remain, one of them has like onyx spikes holding it aloft in the air. And the yellow rogue actually is held aloft in the air with spines of like this dark onyx material that just stabbed out of the ground and just filleted them. And Orange Rogue has, I guess, most of their existence still up.
Any daggers or weapons?
You do find two kind of rusty daggers that they were using. One of the rogues actually has a little coin pouch on him. And as you open it up, there's about 35 copper coins and like 3 silver coins inside.
Very nice. 3 silver. And we said 35 copper?
35 copper.
Alright. Okay. With that, Abigail just goes and takes a seat right here. Just if we're resting, we're resting. I'll take first watch.
Drent, who has yet to actually been hit, just kind of like sits in the corner next to the door. Kind of like kicks up to the wall and like slides down it, but keeping his like bow and arrow just like right on his waist. Just an arrow still knocked on it. It just kind of like rests against the wall. So you're all taking a long rest.
Yep, I'm going to use Song of Rest.
So a long rest, you don't need Song of Rest because you will fully heal and you'll regenerate any hit dice that you expended during a. Oh, what's it
Fucking
face?
Perfect, because I 12.
So everybody, go ahead and fill your hit points back up to maximum. Go ahead and regenerate
I
all
took
your.
long rest and it just reset everything nice.
Yeah. It's magic of roll 20. Sometimes it works. Other times it's Skyrim. It just works.
Ah, that's good. I have all my spell slots back, and I recover the other 6 HP I would have missed.
See, and you didn't want to take a rest. Ain't that
I mean,
something?
I have ways to avoid combat, but I don't have a ways to avoid party stupidity.
Well, you can always go on your own.
But then that wouldn't be a campaign, and that wouldn't line up with what Abigail wants.
So
Who's taking the second watch?
Fuck it, I'll do it as well. Fuck it. I got this.
So as Abigail, you retire as Sydney wakes up and gets ready to take second watch for you. Sydney, you see
Yeah.
down the hallway. Jesus Christ. You really have to send me 1,000 messages? Sorry.
Ooh.
Oh no, somebody was texting me. You see coming down the hallway a few familiar figures. People you've obviously seen before.
Mm-hmm.
Including one very familiar face.
Mm-hmm.
as Ray walks in, followed by an adventurer that you haven't seen before, wielding a sword and a shield. Stop it.
I'm gonna slap him with a book instantly.
Yeah. And behind them, the two adventurers that you saw before, Idral and Groth, and behind them you see the champion.
Mm-hmm.
And all five of them kind of like come into the room that you're in. Aurora, you're still asleep because you're on watch. Abigail's asleep. Ray just kind of like comes, sits, like slumps up against the wall. You can tell they look ragged and tired. They look beaten. They have like their backpack has all of their armor, their sword and shield just all tied to it loosely, and they're like dragging it on their back. They're just wearing their like common clothes as they like walk in. They slump against the wall and drop down and immediately fall asleep. Garrett, Groth, and Idril just kind of go into this corner over here and just lay down. And the champion just kind of moves over to the other side and stays at the door. And yeah, that'll be second watch. Who wants to take third watch?
I'll stay on third watch then. Might as well.
Not the sorceress who needs all the time she can.
I'll just take third watch.
The paladin gets up out of his meditation and sits in the middle of the room, letting Sydney take her rest.
Yeah, if any time that you have to take two watches like that, you actually don't get the full effects of a long rest. It'll only be considered a short rest.
Mm.
So Absolus relieves Sydney. You begin taking the final watch of the night. It's quiet. You hear some like rumbling occasionally. It sounds like somebody's digging something really heavy is digging or moving. And occasionally you'll feel these small tremors in the ground that kind of throw you. It's not like earthquake, but you can feel like the ground shifting slightly. And after that, yeah. You finish your final watch and you begin waking everybody up, getting them ready for the next, I guess, portion. As it is now morning again, you assume, despite the fact that you can't really see light down here. Alright, so what do you guys want to do? Try and ignore Tim's incredibly loud mechanical keyboard.
Yeah, sorry, let me mute myself.
Absolus gets up and starts checking on all the others, just making sure they're all right. Right. Though it appears over the night he is on his shield marked an eye from his own blood, though it seems to have been blinded.
I'm just reading a book.
Aurora,
Abigail's considering life options with this party.
make another intelligence check for me. Or an intelligence check. Or a, yeah, it'll just be intelligence because it's reading.
Oh, and roll, damn it.
Alright, 'Cause You're having some issues? There it is. Cool.
We are not taking the second one.
Yes, you are. 4 in it.
No.
There we go. As you all awaken, you see that Ray has somewhat rejoined you, but they seem to be in like a bit of a daze even after resting. They're not really speaking much, and they look a little bit like skittish. You see them like putting their armor on, but they constantly keep looking over their shoulder as if there's somebody watching them. You can go ahead and clear the... There we go. Everyone starts gathering behind this champion of Noxina. And it's at this moment that Drent actually kind of like looks at him and kind of comes around to the side of them, and kind of tries to take a peek at their face. And you see the champion turn towards them for a moment. He kind of like gives this person like a little like heads up nod, like, hey. Like, what's your name, person in weird armor who appeared out of thin air? And you actually hear the champion in almost a whisper. My name is Thorn. And then they don't speak another word. And just so you know, this is Thorn, one of the champions of Noxina. Anywho.
Can I do a history check for that?
Yes.
Fuck.
The name rings a bell. And aside from them being a champion of Noxina, you don't really recall much else in this particular moment. Your brain is still just like, yeah, we're in the middle of a fucking dungeon, there's fucking enemies everywhere, these guys hit hard. I don't know where the fuck Ray came from, but now they're here too. Like, this is just... There's shit all over the place going on. And you're finding trouble focusing on anything else besides making your pretty little ice sculpture.
Nice.
That being said, Thorn begins leading the way and Drent follows them. Immediately you see Garrett and Groth taking off, Idril still kind of lagging behind them. And Ray follows behind them. You all watch as Thorn kind of like stacks up on this door over here as everybody else kind of moves into position next to him, next to her. You see as Thorn puts their hand on the door for a moment, and they kind of like bow their head, and you see like this pulse of like shadow made of like this purplish dark purple smoke flush over the entire door, swiveling into all the cracks and crannies underneath it and around it and above it, and it gets sucked into the other side, and then you see the doors almost completely silent open, leading to another room. And as you all walk in here, it's not hard to tell that there are bodies everywhere. Just strewn across the ground here.
I know what Abigail's doing.
And Drent kind of like stands at the door and sees them and kind of like takes a step back for a moment. The other adventurers stack up, and this is the first time you see them actually walk into this cell here. And they all look at the dead adventurer here. They don't say anything. They just stay inside of that room. So as you all walk in, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dead bodies strewn across the floor in this room.
Hmm.
Notice that there's half orcs, there's a few half elves, there's a few humans, and one elf. And they're all just slain here. They still have like fragments of what they were wearing, but it looks like it's been just like flayed apart. Something just slaughtered them. Almost in like a sacrificial manner, as you see some of them still have like burnt out candles sitting around the base of their bodies. And you see as Thorn actually walks over to one of the bodies and begins kind of giving them a check. What are the rest of you guys doing?
Well, I want to search around the room, see if there's anything, anything more I can discern from bodies or what may have killed them.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Working on it. Pulling up the character sheet. Investigation.
I'll check on this
Oh.
corpse and say, grandmother, what the hell happened here?
Whoops. Hang on. Let me roll that the right way. Hang on.
It's a 9? An 8
I
plus
mean-
1?
Yeah. Not a whole bunch going on there.
What you can tell is that they were killed with weapons. They were just... From what you can see, there's some wounds that actually have blood splatters that there's like dried blood on it. In other wounds, looked like there was no blood in them. They were just still getting like stabbed and cut to pieces.
Hmm.
And Thorn starts moving forward around the bodies. Getting closer to this door over here. And Ray bringing up the rear. And Trent moves in as well. Hey, move the camera over here. And you see as Ray kind of moves in. Then you go and check the bodies as well. Trent does his best to quickly move through the bodies without stepping on any of them. Not even checking to see if they have loot. Is there anything else you guys would like to do in this room aside from Abigail's investigation check on the body?
Well, bodies, which... I'm gonna pass these bodies up, seeing as how a lot of these have just been meh.
Can I freeze the corpses just in case they come back up?
Do you have a cantrip that can freeze them? Are you just gonna use Ray of Frost on each of them?
Would frostbite or ray of frost work?
Either one. So you all watch as Aurora sits there and just starts snapping her fingers, and each time the bodies just freeze over, turning into little icicles. After about a minute of Aurora doing that, all the bodies are now frozen over.
Hmm.
There's a large statue that's been sitting at the other edge of this room. It looks completely inanimate. And you kind of look like there was blood on it, like splattered across it. But something about it doesn't quite seem to be what it is.
Hmm. I'm gonna investigate the statue, see if I can find any forms of movement that may have occurred from it, or if there is some sort of movable limb or switch on the statue itself.
Alrighty. Is anybody going to follow that, or are you just all going to watch as Abigail checks the statue out?
Yeah, I'll follow with it. I'll help.
Alright, go ahead and roll an investigation check with Sydney's advantage.
Can I do a history check on it?
And Aurora, go ahead and do a history check.
Am I rolling anything?
No. It's going to be Abigail rolling with advantage.
Hang on, I got a phone call that just coming up. Hang on. You go ahead.
Alrighty, well, I know that Abby is currently somewhat AFK, but as Abigail starts looking around this statue, she kind of finds this, like, slight mechanism and she clicks it, and as she does, the statue kind of, like, shifts from standing with its arms, like, kind of like standing in the Superman superhero pose with its hands, like, on its waist and kind of puffed chest, to moving its hands to holding them both palms up as if to like be praising something or holding something up in front of them. After that, nothing really happens. It's
Did we
around
learn any- Oh, sorry. Did we learn anything from this
uh,
investigation?
Aurora figured it out. If they wish to disclose that information, that's
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, I didn't know.
yeah.
Might be homie. Might be.
This next room gets opened up as the champion kind of does the same trick on the door and it opens completely silently. Kind of wander around checking behind the corners on both sides. Drent ends up coming in and posting up on the side. Ray kind of following them onto the opposite end.
This is one of the ancient pantheon's gods. I personally don't quite remember their name, but I'd say this statue is roughly 1,200 years old.
Okay.
Very nice.
Shit, did it cut off?
No, you're Gucci. Gucci.
Okay, good.
Alright, yeah, I'm back now. Hello.
Alright, so when you went to investigate the statue, you found a little mechanism on the back, and as you flicked it, the statue went from hero pose, standing with its hands to its side, kind of like on its hips, doing the chest pump, like, I'm a hero, to moving its hands into like this, almost as if it was holding like a bowl in front of it and holding it up into the air. And as it did so, nothing happened.
Hmm.
Aurora also described the statue as being one of the ancient pantheon's gods. She didn't quite remember the name, but the statue was incredibly old, dating back roughly 1,200 years.
Hmm. Intriguing.
And as Thorn has already silently opened this door, they kind of walked in and checked both sides. There's doors on all three of the other exits. This obviously is a crossway. Thorn actually grabs Drent, tapping him on the shoulder, and then taps Ray and points this way while pointing to the rest of you and pointing to the other direction.
Guess we're gonna follow him, or do we want to try a different door?
Group decision. What's everyone else think?
IDs say following her is the best idea.
Yeah, why not follow her?
As you all stack up on this door, again, Thorn puts their hand against the door and the shadows convalesce around it and it opens up absolutely silently. The room gets exposed. There's this weird fountain with another weird statue sitting in the middle of it, surrounded by this very luminescent blue water, almost as if you're sitting on like a beach in a tropical island in this crystal clear illuminating water that looks like it has sunlight on it despite no sun or light being around. On the other end of the room you do see these rogues. They seem to be caught off guard as they're kind of still resting and relaxing. They're not really paying attention to anything. They have built like a little campfire in the corner, and they don't look like they're doing very well. Obviously, if you build a campfire underground, it's not going to go well for you, especially when you have a sealed door. The sad thing is I actually rolled for this, like, whether or not they would be smart enough, and I rolled 4 times, and all 4 times they failed.
Mm.
So the champion actually sneaks in, kind of walking a little bit closer. And they step back to the door, and they actually shut it and walk back in.
Oh.
Hmm.
You don't hear...
Hey, I wanted that water.
None of you hear anything at all. It's completely silent. Until a few moments later, the door opens and all of the rogues are just dead. All 4 of them have just been impaled. As the champion walks back and opens the door, you notice that the fire in the corner has actually been put out and is no longer glowing. The room has like this thick layer of smoke on the upper area, but as the smoke billows to like the north end of the room, it seems to just disappear. And then the champion walks back out and walks around. And Drent actually just kind of hovers in the corner with Ray still kind of following.
Can I check these statue?
Roll another history check.
I'm gonna do this for every statue, I'm sorry.
Shit. Give me a second. Gotta look up some notes, because I don't remember all of the gods from the ancient days. Boo 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 boo. Hup, hup, hup. Cool. All right. Is there anything else you want to do with the fountain or the statue, Aurora?
I wonder if I have a container.
Do you have a container?
Well, I don't think I do other than a bottle of black ink. What is a mess kit again?
Actually, you could technically use a mess kit, as it's kind of like simple cooking tools and stuff. I guess you could take like a pot of water and just like put a like lid on it or something. It'd be kind of rough for you to keep it steady or stable unless you like tie it shut and make sure it's sealed. Or you could just freeze the rim, that way it stays sealed. But if you get into a warm area, it probably melts after a while.
Nah, I won't do anything then besides write it down on my diary.
Alright, well, while Aurora is writing in her diary about this statue on this side, the champion's going to go to the opposite end, pointing to Ray and then pointing to the corner, and then the same thing to Drenth, as they both start to guard this door while the champion moves this way. You guys following, or are you going to stay at the front door?
Should we... the bodies?
It's a good question, which I would be more than willing to do, but it seems the party wants to press forward.
There's always time once everyone's dead.
True.
So, Sydney, you're going to go with the champion down the other doorway?
Who died?
Abyssalisk.
Hang on, Josh.
Okay, I close my book and go with the party.
I will follow right next to Drent, if possible.
So you're going to be moving up to Trent and Ray and Abyssus, who are stacked up at this other door?
Yes.
Poof. There you go.
Sorry. I had to talk. Okay.
So Sydney, you actually watch as the champion moves into this doorway and is no longer within view.
I'm coming, buddy. No, I'm just kidding.
Everyone else in the party seems to be stacked up on the southern door, except for Aurora, who's still standing in the other doorway.
I'm going to sit here just in case for any ungodly reason something happens.
So you guys going through the south door?
If that's everybody's group decision, and the mysterious stranger is going to be off killing everything in the other rooms.
Yeah.
Alright. Does somebody want to open the door? Who's it going to
Can I check to see if it's locked first?
be? Of course. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Give me a second. That bitch closed.
It is a door. You kind of fumble around for a little bit and you kind of jiggle the handle and it feels a little stiff. Like it turns, but it's a little stiff and you keep jiggling it and jiggling it and jiggling it.
Somebody else want to get this?
Eventually, you keep jiggling the handle and the entire door just, both of them open inwards, away from your party. And inside you see this large room.
What?
And there's a hand, like an actual, like, stony hand sticking out of the ground that looks like the wrist is actually still buried underneath this place. Inside, you actually see a group of people that seem to be arguing over something. On the western side, you actually see this guy wearing a red scarf and almost like pirate gear. He has a hat with a feather, has this long coat with armor underneath. He's carrying a sword in one hand and you can't really see what's in his other hand, but he keeps gesturing towards the people on the other side of the room. Behind him are two other guys that are kind of like right on top of him almost, offering like almost ready for battle as if they're about to kill something. On the east side of the room, you see a drow woman with snow white hair and these glowing green eyes. In one hand, her hand is just engulfed in this green flame. Behind her are these two drow warriors wearing these dark armors that have these spines and like hooks pointing out of them in weird ways. They both carry these two short swords that look like they have this like green bile that's just constantly oozing out of the tips of the bladed edge of the blade. That's oozing from the sharpened edge of the blade. They seem to look kind of like machetes. They're arguing with both sides as you stumble into this room and they all stop. Um,
Kill them all.
if that's what you're saying, roll initiative.
It's murdering time.
Whoa.
Yeah, wait a minute, murder hobo.
Yeah, calm your tits.
Who's got the better charisma? Because it ain't sure as hell ain't me.
Me.
My persuasion's at 6.
I have 18 charisma.
God damn it.
What do you plan?
I have 17 charisma. With
Well,
6 persuasion.
we can figure out, have our weapons ready.
Do you
figure
want
out
me to
what's
talk to
going
them
on
or
here.
something?
Look, I will hold an attack action for the ready should we initiate a fight. If not, well, somebody do some talking, figure out, and get some answers.
So, Aurora, you step forward to try and initiate a talk.
Yes.
We're gonna die.
Whew. I need to open up.
Before she does, can I interject with something really quickly
Mm.
before she kills us all? Can I peek into this door?
Yeah.
Okay. But before this happens, I have to know. What
It's
am I-
a hallway with doors on either side.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes all the
Now-
way down.
Now I'm going to turn to the party and ask, should we get the night guy? Because he seems to kill a lot of people better than I.
What happened to the paladin, by the way?
He went down this room, which is why I'm suggesting maybe we go find him.
Absolus is still here.
The
They're
paladin.
Oh, I thought you meant the other guy. His deity, the protector.
They just needed a second to kind of calm down. It's a little bit rough in this setting. Alright. I only have to open up 2 more mob pages. Then we'll be Gucci. Alrighty then. I'm gonna try and do this the best I can, but it's a lot of characters.
So I'm just gonna say this. If they attack me, I'm using the spell shield. Cause it's a reaction.
Alrighty. So, as the party walks in and sees this room here, you immediately notice the giant hand that's sitting there on the far end. Still, the wrist buried. There's rubble and other stuff. It looks like they try to excavate this room, trying to get down to the actual base of the statue, but all they've gotten so far is the hand. We see the man on the western side sees the group of adventurers that are now barged through the door turns to the woman, and with the look of like surprise on both ends, he immediately jumps and dives back behind this area. As you see the woman put her hand up, and with the green flame, she casts. Where is it? Is it this one? Yeah. She casts Scorching Ray. She fires one at the captain, and it blasts against the actual thumb of the hand that he's hiding behind, and just seems to dissipate as it hits. The second one goes to the second lieutenant, the blue lieutenant, should say, for 8 points of damage, and the third ray misses the other one. She kind of scoffs for a moment. With that, I would like everyone to roll initiative, please. This will probably be the last combat of the game, or this session. So, Trent rolls. Lieutenant rolls.
I was at the door.
Here we go. And then the captain. Need to roll his as well. Has everyone rolled? Have Business, Sydney, Aurora. Abigail, have you rolled?
No, for initiative, hang on.
Was that a sneeze?
Sorry about that.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Oof.
Awesome, 15.
Alrighty. So as the turn order is set, you actually see as these drow warriors in the back immediately rush forward. The first one closes the engagement distance. The second one following up, closing the engagement distance for these two lieutenants.
So, real quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I did hold an action in case an engagement was going to happen. Can I take that action now?
Which action was it?
I was just holding basically an attack to do something or react if they were making a movement on us aggressively.
Since you're technically still holding that action for if they're making an attack against any of your allies, they've started fighting each other, but not you yet. So I wouldn't really say that your ready action would have activated right now.
Okay. Alrighty then. All good. Just wanted to be sure.
So the first draw warrior is going to make a strike against... Alright, so blue is going against green. So blue drow is going against green lieutenant. It's a 15 to hit. Actually doesn't hit. So green drow is going to make his strike. If it loads. Come on. Ah, that's a natural 1. Let's see. Coin flip. Ah. Still managed to hit the right target. Jesus, is that really 24? That's ridiculous. I don't think I meant to set it that high. Oh well. It's, yeah, 15 damage on this guy. Let's. Yeah. You see, as the second drow actually like manages to get that sword and cuts past the armored lieutenant, and as it cuts across him, it leaves this like green bile that begins to bubble and ooze against their skin. He immediately like doubles over, and like you actually see vomit starting to come from his mouth as he almost immediately gets sick. And that will end the drow's turn for now, bringing us to of Silas.
Almost immediately, Absolus is moving in right here, though electing to stay right near Aurora as he draws his rapier and stabs straight at the drow.
Eight damage. Very nice.
As his blade pierces into the drow, he calls upon Noxina and uses a divine smite.
Go ahead and roll it. So that's 9 plus 8 is 17. 21 damage. Not bad. I need a calculator. I threw my fucking phone. I'm so stupid. Alright. Yeah. There we go. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
With the damage currently done against the drow, he elects to back up. Or actually, he simply stays there, though no longer focused solely on that drow, but instead just tries to see who might attack him.
Alrighty. That brings up Drent. He's going to take one step over. And for a moment, you actually, Abigail specifically, you see Drent. His entire body tenses up for a moment. And this scowl that you haven't seen on his face is he's always been kind of like, yeah, whatever. This look of almost bitter hatred appears as he draws an arrow, knocks it, and fires it at this drow woman. But first, with his bonus action, he actually calls out and marks her, and he's actually, you see as this, like, green sigil appears, and then marks, the drow woman. So that's Lumbo. He fires a shot, but she just, like, lifts her hand and catches the arrow without even, like, looking at him. And it just burns into this green flame and turns to ash. You see him kind of like scoff, and you can almost hear him like whispering curses under his breath. Which brings up Abigail.
I yell, "Don't kill the sorceress, I want to talk to her."
Well, then, fine. I might as well cast Spiritual Weapon as a bonus action. And then I'm going to cast Fairy Fire, which is going to center right here and in a 20-foot cube. So from here, 20-foot cube would be, that's 16, so it'd go,
It's like 20-foot cube.
yep. So casting Fairy Fire first.
And you're casting it from this spot, or you're going to cast it like down here to try and avoid Epsilus?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Alrighty.
Alright, so everybody in there make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god. Alright. Deck saves. Alright. This is blue lieutenant. It's a 17. This is green lieutenant. It's a 12. Draw warrior green. And then blue. Then the captain fails, I'm sure. And the sorceress. She fails. Wow. Obviously.
Okay, so anybody who failed is gonna have
What's your spell DC again?
12,
Alright.
which yeah, it ain't great, but it works. So with Fairy Fire, mark one off here, mark one off here. Any character that fails, for the duration, any melee attacks made against them, what is it? Any attack rolled against the affected creature or object has an advantage if the attacker can see it.
Invisibility has no benefit.
Yep.
Nice.
So then I'm going to summon spiritual weapon here, and I'm gonna do some didgeridoo. Oh, that's piss poor. Wonderful.
Roll it one more time because it would have advantage as a melee attack.
All right.
Unless it doesn't have eyesight.
It technically
Well,
is within Abigail's
it's-
eyesight, and it's still a
it's-
melee attack.
Yeah, it's within eyesight of whoever's in the fairy fire. I would assume that it has it. Well, whatever. Take 4 damage of force.
Your hammer winds up as it comes into existence in this golden beam, and as it winds up and swings towards this woman, she puts her hand up to stop it, and it slams into her, and you can kind of see her entire body jolt for a second, but she's actually holding the hammer still with one hand and pushes it off. She does take 4 damage.
Alrighty, and I'm going to stay where I'm at because I don't need to move from there.
Alright, that brings us up to El Capitan. It's down here. Okay.
No piece de resistance.
So, Captain, realizing that this is a life or death situation for him, because he's more than surrounded at this point, he draws out his sword, and you see as he begins to charge up, this blood begins almost frothing from the corners of his mouth and drilling down as he makes this torrent of attacks against the drow, the green drow. Doesn't do very well. He keeps swinging and swinging, but in his own anger, he's not landing any blows. This drow is just dodging and weaving between him. So that brings us up to the Red Tongue Lieutenants. Just here. Blue Lieutenant's going to strike against the Green Drow as well and try and make a... He's going to float around him to get here and to get the flanking bonus. As he sees the captain's already furious that he missed, he doesn't want to piss him off anymore. Yeah. They're both swinging at this drow warrior and just hitting air completely. Not landing a single blow against it. The other lieutenant, realizing that the blue drow is actually paying attention to it, shifts over, lining him up again. Trying to get between the wall and staying on guard between Epsilas and this drow, and makes a lunge at the drow. It's a 20 to hit, I believe that obviously hits. Yeah. That's 9 damage. And this drow is having a terrible day. That way. Alrighty. He's facing that way. Then he's facing that way. Alright, then that brings us to Aurora. Frosty.
So. I will walk towards the sorceress.
Inside of Epsilus. I realized that I missed one.
Grab her hand with my extremely cold fingers and say in Elvish, explain yourself.
She looks at you as if she doesn't understand what you're saying.
Isn't she a
She is a drow, but drows don't speak Elvish.
They speak
They speak
Underdark.
Undercommon.
Oh, shit.
That is meta knowledge,
Wow.
but yeah, you saw an elf, you spoke Elven to it, and she almost seems insulted and agitated now, and is now paying very close attention to you.
I cast blur.
You can go ahead and bring your spell sheet up, please. They all have disadvantage on attack rolls against you.
Fairy fire. Or is that blur?
Yeah. Blur, 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 blur. Is there an icon for blur? We'll go with the ninja. You're ninja. It's concentration for 1 minute, so if something does hit you, you have to make a concentration save, which is a constitution saving throw.
Got it.
Sydney, it's your turn.
Ow! Fuck!
Try not to fall.
Yeah, well, I had my legs were kicked up for a minute. I'm going to... What's next in line? Ah, Odysseus. I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration
Okay.
on Abyssalissalis for his next turn. And that will be it.
Alright, Odysseus, you do have a d4 that you can add to an attack roll before you roll it. Or the damage, you can call it, I believe. Yes.
Ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
I think because it's a Bard of Lore, because Sydney's a Bard of Lore, they can actually give it to you for damage as well. So they can boost your damage with a d6.
Alright.
Now go fuck shit up. Don't let me down.
Alright then.
Alright, Thorn is still doing their own thing right now. So that brings us back to the Drow Warriors. Both of these Drow immediately turn to the Blue Lieutenant and attempt to just cut him down quickly. So Green is going to strike. And that hits. That's 8. Yeah, I don't think this guy is going to be able to save with that con, but well, we never know. Even with advantage, he failed. Actually, not advantage. Oh well. I forgot to put advantage because they have him flanked. But it doesn't matter. The hit hits. And you see as this lieutenant doubles over in pain, his body like has these green veins crawling through his skin. And it begins to like glow in this sickly green hue as his body just immediately goes cold and limp, drops to the ground. This guy is gonna flip around as this one turns back to face the captain. This one turns back to face the captain. There we go. The drow is going to make a strike against the lieutenant on top. So blue drow versus green lieutenant. Doesn't hit. Shit. Wait. No, that's not supposed to be at advantage. Yeah, nothing. He swings at the lieutenant, and the lieutenant just, scurries out of the way, missing. That ends the drow turn, brings us to Epsilus.
So, while the blue drow is focused on green lieutenant, he's going to strike with advantage due to him not being focused.
That's not a rule.
Oh.
You
Oh,
get to
yeah,
have
that's only-
flanking.
that's only for freaking.
Pathfinder.
However, you do have advantage on the drow because of fairy fire.
Actually, the drow saved against fairy fire. It's only the captain and Hecuba, the fucking drow woman.
Yeah. Though this drow is under the effects of fairy fire, and I'm going to attack to try to just go ahead and get them done.
The moment you
Keep
leave
this
their
sorceress
combat
from me. I
zone,
want to talk to her.
both of these
Hold
guys are going to
hold-
make an attack against you.
Even the lieutenant, like the green lieutenant.
I mean, you're all standing in like a triangle fighting against each other. They're not like, right on top of each other fighting with you off to the side. You're all standing in a triangle facing off against each other. And these guys aren't like simple bandits. You can kind of tell that they have pretty rigorous training.
Okay, so in short, is the green lieutenant an enemy as well?
He is wearing a red sash. Actually, make a deception check. I almost forgot.
Oh yeah, because I still have that thing on. Nat 20.
The lieutenant kind of glances at you as you come in and turns his attention 100% to the drow. The drow sees you and immediately kind of like curves their body to be focused on the both of you.
Using this to my advantage, I'm just gonna strike at the drow with like normal with a rapier, and use. Honestly, yeah, I'm just gonna use the bardic inspiration die to my advantage.
Yeah.
See if that if a 12 hits.
You lash out with your rapier and almost predicting your move. Like, your rapier almost looks like it's going to hit, but then the drow just moves. Ever so suddenly, your rapier just misses. The full thrust, just the very tip, not even touching him. It kind of grazed like the edge of the white drow's hair, or the white hair of the drow, as it dodges out of the way.
He is still standing on guard and is staying next to this person who thinks he's an ally.
Mm-hmm. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
That will be it for the moment.
Right, that brings us back to Hunter Drent, who's going to try again to shoot this sorceress.
Go, Drac!
It's a 16 to hit. That does hit, and because she's marked, it's an extra d6 of damage. Yes. Only 1d6. So that's 8 damage. Ooh. The arrow hits her into the back of her shoulder. She snaps, and the entire arrow just disintegrates, leaving almost no trace of a wound. Brings us up to Captain Rogers. He's going to try and stab at this. He's going to try and overwhelm this drow once again. 20 does hit. And drow warrior needs to make a dex save. Should be fine. No? No. Well, meet it to beat it, so yeah, it does. Does still take 17 points of damage, though. Pretty good. Frick. Whew. Alrighty. The captain tries to overwhelm and, like, almost trying to climb on top of the drow to pin them down. The drow managed to, like, backstep and knock them off. The captain lands back in his little spot. Next up is Abigailing.
All right, so I'm going to, as a bonus action, move the spiritual weapon to drow number 1 here, or 2, whatever it is. Have it make a swing. Yeah, have it make a. Oh, that's good.
It takes another 5 points of damage as your hammer just creeps over and hits him like Thor's hammer flying through the air just smacks into the side of their head.
Now, I am going to cast Sleep, and I am going to say to Aurora, I'm doing you a favor. Don't touch her. And I'm going to cast invisibility at, oh, not invisibility, sleep at 2nd level, which gives it an extra 2d8. Why did it not? Okay, I guess I'll roll 2 more 2d8 there. Alright, wow, these are some, that is poor. Absolutely poor.
13 hit points.
13 hit points off of that drow, and if that puts her to sleep,
You
which I
cast a
highly doubt.
spell and it hits the area and tries to like dance around and nobody seems affected.
Yeah, not the best roll. Oh well. End of my turn.
Yeah, it brings us to the drow sorceress. For a moment, you see as the scowl turns into kind of like this soft expression, almost like a I didn't recognize you. And she kind of reaches out with her hand and kind of like towards your hand, Aurora.
Bye, Aurora.
I don't like where this is going.
Roll
Touch
an
the titty.
an insight check.
Ooh. Wow.
There's something insincere in the way that she went from a scowl to just trying to like touch you. And you immediately realize that as she's like reaching out for your hand, there's this slight aura of arcane energy kind of like crackling between her fingers. Is this like slight green, like little lightning bolts between the fingers, like between the pointer and the middle finger. It'll kind of like zap for a hot second. You notice it, and you refuse to actually touch her. So instead, she actually reaches out and tries to grab you. Casting Shocking Grasp
I have blur.
at disadvantage, so I'll roll it one more time. God damn it. Yeah, still an 18 to hit.
Whoo!
Oh wait. I have shield.
What does that put your AC at? It's like a +4 and yours is 16. Oh,
Plus
+5. So, yeah. At the last second, because you already saw it coming, you immediately reactively put your hand up and makes this barrier of magic as her hand slams against it. This crackling bolts of green energy sparkle around you, but none of them seem to land on you. She kind of gives a stern look at you for a moment.
Now I'm mad.
Which brings us to the remaining red-tongued lieutenant who's still going to try and kill this drow before it's too late. Bless you, bless you. Bless you.
Oh god, that hurt my nuts.
Okay.
You're what?
So the lieutenant attempts again to try and slash at this drow, and again the drow is just dodging out and blocks the second strike of the cross slash with their machete short sword. That ends that guy's turn and brings it to our special little icicle. Aurora. This bitch just tried to touch you. What the fuck you gonna do?
Yeah, bitch, you go.
I grab her hand and with all the anger and ice magic I have, I will do the following things.
Wait, you don't have any sorcery points left. You spent all 3 of them getting a new...
Long rest.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Heard her. So
Wait, that was a crit.
That was a crit, yeah. It's 23, 38, 39, 40. Wait. You can spend 1 sorcery point to reroll 4 damage dice. So, which 4 do you want to reroll? Let's see, there's a 4,
I'll reroll
6,
the 2
7,
and 1.
6, a 2, a 5, and a 1.
2 and 1.
Alright, go ahead and reroll 2d8. Well, one of them went higher. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shit. Fucking mages. Make me have to bring out goddamn calculators and shit. It's 4 plus 1. That's 5 plus 40 points of damage total.
Well, she did.
I did say now I'm mad.
Your
Look, I tried.
spell blasts into her. This freezing, frigid cold surrounds her. She kind of like struggles for a second and then, like, still breaking through, stares at you with a very agitated look. Now she's mad too.
Oh, so she's not dead. Oh boy.
Fight me, you witch.
Is that anything else you want to do on your turn?
Yab.
Yab.
Yeah, you...
Yeah, this bitch empty.
Shut the fuck up. I end my turn.
That brings us to Sidney.
Mm.
Well, that's kind of hard to follow up there, champ.
Oh no, it's not.
Okay, are you Sydney?
No.
Okay, so it's kind of hard to follow that up.
Okay.
Sing Tales of the Frigid Ice Queen.
Here I am with vicious mockery.
Let it go, let it go.
Let that bitch know who's boss. All right.
Freeze her from her tits straight to her crotch.
Let me grab my magical trust here. Actually, it won't matter. Okay. I am going to move here. And I'm going to cast Hold Person on this green guy over here.
Okay. So the red lung 210 it has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Your DC is 12, right?
Hang on. Yes.
Natural 1.
Rip.
Woo!
Immediately you see as the dark purple and black chains wrap all around the lieutenant and he just freezes in place, paralyzed.
Waste that one. And this one.
Yeah, I'll just put that on him. He'll be fine.
Alright, so I'm going to end my turn there.
Alrighty. That brings up the Drow warriors. The Drow, who just saw you lock this person up for them, smiles with a smile that could only be described as holy fuck, I just had my dick sucked 30 times in a row. And as a bonus action, will reach out with their offhand, utilizing something called the Grip of Anguish. Unable to resist any forms of anything, the green lieutenant has this green energy pierce into the center of their chest and then crack through the rest of their body, but it doesn't seem to do much else. They immediately follow that up by making a melee attack at advantage, which is a 24 to hit. For
I forgot to say, because my mic was muted, I oppose with disadvantage. Protection fighting style.
So the first roll was 12, wait, 15, 17? 17? That's their armor class. Their armor class is 16, so even with disadvantage, it would just normalize it between advantage and disadvantage, so it would still hit. So it just, you put your shield up and they shift the blow going underneath the shield and around it and just catch the guy in the stomach. He needs to make Constitution saving throw. Yeah, fails that too. And he takes 18 points of damage.
Oof. Those are attacks I do not want to get hit by.
You see as he takes the hit, and, oh wait. He's paralyzed.
It's an auto crit.
So that auto crits, yeah. So it's actually 22 plus 7.
He's dead. Maybe.
Oh, he's barely hanging on there. Barely. Not by much, though.
Yep.
The other draw fighting the captain is going to try and make a strike against them once again with advantage because of Fey Fire. It's a natural critical for 11 points of damage, and the captain has to make a con save. Which he fails. So that's 11 plus. Alright. Yeah. He sees the captain, who's been doing pretty well this entire time, just takes the blade in the stomach. The poison pulses through his body, and you see him kind of double over as like this bloody vomit spills out of his mouth. He's going to use his reaction to try and hit back with another critical. Wow, on fire. You see as the captain takes a blade in his stomach, he grabs the actual Drow's hand and just rears back and headsbutts the shit out of them. The Drow just gets hit right in the nose, and you just immediately see this like bluish blood splatter out of their mouth and nose. 10 damage. 10 damage from a headbutt. Good shit.
Wait, is that a natural critical on that one?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
That brings us to Epsilus.
All right. So let me actually get back to the page. With the current situation going on, I decide to take advantage of the situation and strike at the Dro once again. All right. Where is that? Boop.
19 does hit. They have an armor class of 19.
And with that, I will expend a. You know, I actually won't expend that freaking charge. But yeah, I'm just gonna do the 4 damage.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Besides that, I will just stay here.
Alrighty. Brings up Trent, who is going to move forward now that Sydney's fat ass is in the way. And he's going to try and take a shot. It's a 19, because I forgot to put advantage on, because she has... Wait, no, that's melee attacks only, so it's still an 18. 18 still beats her AC, though. So that's... Plus, so... 1d6 for Hunter's Mark. It's 14 damage. Ooh. The moment that you see this last arrow hit, the Drow sorceress now just in pain, and you actually see her like drop to a knee for a second before she catches herself. She's going to burn her special action, her legendary actions.
Oh no.
She burns all 3 of them. She pulls out this staff. The edge of it is just these 3 spinning rings, each slightly smaller than the other, and in the center this dark green pulsing energy. She holds it above her head, and as she does, the 3 Drow disappear, vanishing. Leaving you in the room with only Captain Rice and the other lieutenant.
Are they still a bunch of angry boys?
Well, one lieutenant is dead, the other lieutenant is frozen in place, and the captain is now staring dead on at all of you.
I believe it's his turn.
So the captain, realizing that he's in a very precarious situation, he has one ally that he can see and a group of adventurers stacked up at the door. He will also use his one legendary action, and he will try and run the fuck away. He runs over here to this corner, faces the wall, and just seems to pass straight through it. Poof. He is no longer on it, so that brings us back to Abigail.
Spiritual weapon is here. Moves there. And we are gonna do what we're gonna do. And beat the guy that can't surrender. Because why the fuck not? Does a...
Cast it one more time because it's at advantage. See if you get a critical.
Right. Well, I mean, if it already hits, it's already an auto crit because he's paralyzed.
Yeah, that's true. So 10 damage. That's more than enough. He dies. It just smashes his head into the wall and his body just drops limp, sliding along the wall, leaving a blood splatter.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
Yeah, I really thought that you guys were going to go around the other corner instead of coming straight to the boss room first, but hey. I had to rush this a little bit. That's actually going to be where we pick up next time, as Captain Rice Red Tongue Rogers has escaped, along with the Drow sorceress Hecuba.
So where I was going.
Did I
was-
almost kill the drow sorceress?
Almost. I think she had like 9 HP left.
Shit.